Hello, lovely people. It is Thursday. I believe it is the 14th. Sounds about right. April 14th. It's a lovely day here in Florida. My camera is mostly centered. Kind of, sort of. And we're going to be doing some 3D modeling and inking the cover of the next collection. Fingers crossed it'll be the cover of the next collection and that I won't hate it so much. You saw a little bit of the credits below me there for Kevin MacLeod, who creates the music that you hear in the background. I want to give him a shout out every episode. And he has been shouted out. I think every time we come back from break as well, he'll also get another shout out, which I like. And then it just fades away. You don't see it again. It's pretty good. Hello, folks on Twitch. Hello, folks on YouTube. We are streaming to both platforms. I'm going to be working on some 3D models. You can see right below me the image which was to the right here. I'm going to try messing around with the lighting a little bit to see if I can get a bit more sheen on the glass. And I'm also going to work on the scythe that we were working on Tuesday. And then I'm going to get to inking. Hey, DG. He hath been shouted out. Erica. Good to see you. So, I think it's confirmed that I will be a guest at the Savannah Comic-Con in September. So anybody in the southeast of the U.S., it'd be great to see you there. Me and Ron Perlman hanging out again. Finally, the dream team back together again. Okay. So this is about the lighting. I've saved this as a new file just because I was happy with the other one. I do like some of the reflections going on here, but I think I can make it glassier. Feels a little plasticky. Like this is the potion you would buy at Walgreens. I want to get a few more lights on here. Oh, I hear my fan coming on. Hey, LJ, nice to see you. Close this other window. Hopefully that'll calm my computer down a little bit. And I think I'm going to play a little graphic here because we had a new subscriber while we stepped away. How about that? It worked. So thank you, Shane, for being a new follower on the Twitch. I appreciate that. I'm getting the hang of this thing. For a coot, for an elderly gentleman. Okay. So I'm going to brighten this light up a bit and increase the intensity. Move it up, and I'm going to try to see if I can get that glass to be a little shinier. Oh boy, I have it almost maximum shinosity. The thing is, when I export this as a transparent PNG file, it treats the transparent properties of the glass as being transparent, and so it's interesting that as a selection goes, it has its weaknesses. But I'm gonna see if I can add. Maybe tell you what. Let me see if I change the background environment. If that's gonna put more. Because currently this environment we see here, that little greenish. What is that? It's like an office building, or a. I don't know, airport terminal or something. That's currently our wraparound environment. But if I put a different one, it might put more fun lights on the glass and make it look more like what we want it to look like. But I was looking at the I did a little bit of work on the staff. The Middle Age is really a biocomic about being middle-aged. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Write what you know. Authenticity is the premium, is the most important thing. And so I absolutely, I started writing it in my mid-40s and or early 40s as kind of like, you know, how authentic can I be, and how honest can I be, and without being autobiographical, because to me that would be boring. But I will be a guest at the Savannah Comic Con. That is September 24th and 25th. So I'll be there. According to Zoomers on Twitter, 25 is middle-aged. That's fantastic. Well, good. There's no... It's all silly. It's all silly. Okay, I'm going to try to... I know this is madness. So I'm going to try to smooth out the neck of the glass and see if a bit of a taper along where the neck meets the bell, if that will create more of a sheen and less of a, I don't know, a inflated test tube look. So I'll duplicate the glass. Smooth. I haven't tried smoothing these materials while they look like this. I don't know what the effect will be. It should be fun. Turning the intensity way up. But I hope everyone's having a lovely day. Hope you're getting your artwork done. Or you're creating whatever that is, whatever that project is. I saw that Matthew Colville, who is a dungeon master, he runs the MCDM channel. Very popular dungeon master. He recently launched a new Kickstarter, and with a goal of, I think, $600,000, and they reached $1 million in the first day. See, that looks better already. I like the way I like the way it tapers. I think we have a winner. I think, and that didn't require all that much effort. All right, let's do this. Let's save as is. Zoomers are going to turn 30, and then Withers. Shinosity is on point. Well, it's like Logan's Run. And if you know what that is, you're my target demographic. Tracy for the Animals. I'm working on a webcomic while listening to you. You've been a big help to this newbie webcomic creator. Thank you, says Tracy for the Animals on YouTube. Tracy, thank you so much. You're awesome. That's wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to render this glass out. Transparent background, export the PNG, and then forward it to my own Mac. And we're done. Cool. Save. Then we will open. I'll show you how that the tiny scythe of Pascal Possum was coming along. I added like the a skull, like a kind of a skull type coloring to the stave itself. But all those little bits that we were adding and bending and adding and bending, I think they came along pretty well. Now you can see that this thing doesn't really respect opacity. Like these little tendrils are being lit through they're being lit through the skull. I imagine if I actually merged them together with the skull as a single we wouldn't have that. You know, we wouldn't be seeing that. I mean, I kind of like the effect a little bit, but again, it's not intended. Eric says, if by project you'd be freaking out while waiting to hear back from my CPA about how much taxes I might owe. It's going swimmingly. Yeah, I think I empathize. Let me turn off the art slides, get the chat up there. Okay, so that's our... I'm going to move these lights around as well. See if I can get it. I do like the metallic look of the blade, but I don't know. We'll see if I get some... I'd like to get the angled... It's weird. I want to see the skull, but at the same time see the blade. So I don't know if I can have the best of both worlds there. I want to move a light down, Must have another light in here somewhere. Oh, that might be just our global light. I'm going to move the orange light below and try to catch the bottom of the blade, if I can. But Matt Colville started his campaign yesterday, and it seems to be going really well. I'm going to change the color of that orange light to something more ghostly. That might feel more... yeah, I like that. Okay, so now we've got a blue light coming from below, kind of orange warm light on the other side. I like that a lot. Let's call that done. Yeah, I've been in that situation too, Eric, as a freelancer for many, many years. You're kind of at the mercy of people getting you the forms. Okay. I'm trying moving that blue light just out a little bit. See if I... Yeah, I like that. Zoom out. And I'm going to render that. Transparent background, screen resolution, share, and done. Sweet. So I can do one more I think I'm going to try to do one more 3D model, and then I'm going to thanks, Tracy. And then I'm going to work on the cover, I think. Let's go straight into the cover. I feel like the lighting turned out really easy on these two. There were a couple of magic items I wanted to make. I don't know if I really want to make one. This one I thought of like the just the ruby rod, and it would be like a staff or like a just kind of a like a scepter with rubies all over it, and then it would just have like that weird cone headpiece that Ruby Rod has in the Fifth Element. It's a joke for 3 people, but I might like it. DEG says, as for projects, I'm going to do some accountability streams on Discord to get caught up on the late project that has been crushing me like the Earth on Atlas. Accountability streams on Discord. So is that streams that you owe to your Discord community? Is that what that is? Well, good. We cross off the legendary hero potion. That's done. We could do the Mace of Broken Graphics. I really want to do that. I don't know if I need to do more sketching of that before I get into the 3D modeling. I tend to think it's going to be like a wooden, like it's going to be like a metal handle that has just like a log or a piece of wood, like a sliced piece of wood on it or something like that, just off at an off angle. Like the whole thing just looks awkward, and then we'll have some broken pieces to it, so that it looks just like things have been slapped together haphazardly, unintentionally. But let's focus on the cover. Let's do that. Okay, we're going to leave Nomad Sculpt, open up, and this is where we left it on the last stream. We have our sock, which is really the star of the whole show. We have our hero running, and I want to tear up his... I realize that the narrative I want to have between the 3 covers of the Middle Age collection so far, our hero's running with the group. It looks all happy and kind of a team shot. The second one, he's got the sword, he's got the baby dragons, because that's kind of the narrative change there. And in book 3, I want him to be like disheveled and like he's gone through a lot. Oh, that's lovely. You have a project. DG says, I have a project, but I'm too ADD to make myself focus on it. And they all said, okay. They're all going to help you focus. That's wonderful. I'm just going to get the diagram of the sword in place. I'm just duplicating some rules so that I have a general sense of the proportions of everything. I kind of eyeball all this. I used to make much more severe calculations about things, but where's the fun in that? V is encouraging me to have a Discord community, and I did take some steps. The next step for me was, so I've got the basic channel built. I need to set up roles for people and then link those to my Patreon. The thing is, when I activate them, I think my people on Patreon will immediately get an email saying, hey, you're now invited to be blah, 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 blah. I'd rather not have the automated form field or the automated system be the one who introduces them to this thing. So I want to give people a rundown. So I think when on the next update of the comic strip, I'm going to mention that and say we're going to have a Discord. I think I surveyed people ages ago, maybe a year and a half ago, asking, do you want a Discord server? And the response was a what now? So it never happened. But I see its value. I think I see its value. I mean, as one more place to be in touch with people, or to stay in touch with people when all the other social media sites fail. Like, I used to think of social media sites as this, oh, you want to be on the next latest and greatest so that whatever becomes the new hotness, you can be there and reach people and find new readers. And now it's more like, I want to be on each platform so when one of them fails, I have a life raft. It went from being this, choose the best one for the best opportunity, and now it's the one, which one's going to survive and which will be the last one to put up a paywall. You have 10,000 fans on this platform and we will charge you to talk to them. Got to get on the tickety talk. I don't think so. I was next to a vendor at the South Carolina Comic Con, and she has a huge TikTok following. So, I think that stuff's awesome. Just, I can't stop thinking about Ruby Rod's hair now. Thanks. I downloaded TikTok today. Look out, world. Fantastic. Countdown to me being encouraged to be on TikTok in 5, 4, 3. I know Hank Green is on TikTok, and he seems to like the platform, but I'm not. I have too many digital mouths to feed as it is. Okay, I think that's my sword. I think that looks right. I think. Is it too skinny? Could be larger. We can make it a little bit larger. That might solve all my concerns. Tell you what, I'm going to taper the end a little bit more. The sword design has absolutely changed during the course of my comic strip, but I'm okay with it. Magic did it. As our hero becomes more attuned to the sword, it's, you know how like an owner, people say that the pet owner and the pet kind of look the same after a while. Similarly, magic swords take on the appearance of our hero. So, you know, by the 200 episodes from now, they might not be able to tell them apart. I'll never encourage it. I heard it sucks your life away, TikTok. Tracy for the Animal says, platforms come and go, and most don't last long, which is a shame because you cultivate an audience and work hard to build up on a certain platform, and when it goes up, it can be painful. Totally agree. Totally agree. I had built up a fan page on Facebook, you know, before, you know, I don't know. I currently must follow more fan pages than people. I think I'm connected. I have fewer friends than I follow fan pages, to the point where it's useless. I feel bad. Like a friend will reach out, message or something like that in Facebook, and I'll be okay. I'll like your page, but you know it's just like the last scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, every fan page is a crate in this immense, endless warehouse. You know, the algorithm will not, you know, ever share a link. I have a page. I have a fan page on Facebook for the middle age, and I swear, about once a week, it gets a new follow from a stranger, and they don't know my comic strip. I think they just get tagged because they've turned 50, and so they get tagged with the middle age, or they check in at the middle age. Like, okay, I just had my landmark birthday. I'm checking in at the middle age. They have no idea who I am or what this is. It's pretty great. I did get a nice new review on Amazon for book 2. Really lovely little 4-star, 5-star review. You got to build up that LinkedIn too. I'm surprised that LinkedIn is a thing. I thought that had gone away. That's like finding out that Classmates or Friendster are still things. I think Classmates might still be, but V says, Maledicta is an entity. As such, its appearance can evolve and decay depending on the circumstance. I'll go with that. Because the other answer is, Steve is an inconsistent artist who really didn't plan that far ahead. I thought this project would have been canceled a long time ago. But I think the plan is, and you should be warned, Tracy, that the plan is to become a Twitch affiliate again. I'm not entirely sure when I'm going to flip the switch, but the idea is, because of Twitch's rules, streaming live on... I won't be able to stream both live onto Twitch and to Facebook. I'm sorry, forgive me. Or, well, any other platform, really. But I won't be able to stream live onto both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. To do so would be in violation of Twitch's rules. So, when I do flip the switch, or do ask them if they would dare have me as a Twitch affiliate again, I'm going to have to come up with some accommodation for YouTube as well. So if you do have a Twitch account, I do recommend coming on over and hitting the follow button, so that when the transition happens, that you don't miss anything and we can stay in touch. I still plan on posting videos there, like educational videos and shop talk videos. Education's the wrong word, because what do I know? Just shop talk, like, here's what I do, and maybe other people could learn from it. I have a whole bunch in the works, including a we hit 1,000 subscribers, 270 something subscribers on YouTube ago, and I want to do a Q&A because so many people have asked some wonderful questions in the comments, and I wanted to respond to those. And it's been like over a year, maybe it's close to a year and a half since my how to get more readers on WEBTOON video. And things haven't changed that much. I think the video is still very relevant, but I definitely could do an update to it. Oh, that's that's very nice. Looks like Tracy says, looks like I'm gonna have to create a Twitch account. DG says, Classmates was pointless. Its whole premise is that you can reach out to school friends, but then all the features are locked behind a paywall. Yeah, I didn't understand that. It seemed like Facebook kind of ate their lunch. Like, Classmates, the idea was sort of like they wanted to facilitate reunions, and then Facebook made reunions unnecessary. Now, reunions used to be this thing where there was a time when people wanted to see each other every 10 years or so. Now they don't. Now they get enough of each other. Because it used to take a while for nostalgia to ferment. Now, nostalgia happens about pretty much as soon as the song you just heard is over, you're nostalgic for it, and it's time for a remake by a cover from another artist. I heard a cover of a Lorde song, and I'm like, really? Really? And it was one of those covers that was kind of, kind of a strict homage to the original, so it wasn't even adding anything. Every once in a while, there's a cover that does a real spin on the thing, and this was no. DEG is a proponent of bringing everyone over to Twitch, convincing me. LJ says, I'm perfectly happy to not revisit my past. That's fair. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I'm doing one last tight pencil of this thing. And I'm going to... I think I want to tear up the fabric a bit more. I started almost treating this like I was inking it. I don't know what I was thinking. I just kind of got into the zone. The chainmail won't be torn up. The fabric will. I've never really shown the gorget, that kind of metal collar, get roughed up. I don't know if I can. Let's try it. We'll see if we like it. That might be too much. Coffee. So I'm drawing in Procreate on an iPad Pro. I don't think... My heart! That sound effect when I'm not prepared for it. Hello, Tracy. Nice to see you. Yeah, I guess he could have like a dangling a bit of armor there, but I never really draw the chains. I always draw kind of a texture. And that actually speaks to what I hear about Twitch. It's like, okay, you could have your audience there, but it's hard to get new people to follow you from within Twitch unless you get lucky with a raid of some kind. By the way, I thought we did a perfectly fine raid the other night. Everything happened. It was real easy. We signed off on YouTube, and then the folks on Twitch, we raided a D&D game. I got to watch a little bit of that for a while. They were really into it. They really they're putting effort in. I liked it. All the usual artists I follow, none of them were online at that time, so I'd like to send us to an artist channel if we can, or somebody like that. But the good news regarding the miniatures, and I can show them again because this is the same document. These are the latest This is the latest photographs I received from. This is the latest photograph I received from the resin printer, the service provider who does resin prints in it. And I don't have a 3D printer. Simon's Magic Shop, SHOPPE. You can find them on Facebook, Twitter, and Etsy, and they did the prints for me. But I've been recommended by multiple people, including Cave Geek Art, who we see here on Twitch, and another friend of mine who's created miniatures. They actually did metal, kind of the pewter miniatures. They both recommended the same vendor, so I'm very excited to talk to them and see if they can get the prices right, because I'd like to make it affordable for people to get these who, like me. I don't have a 3D printer. Thank you, DG. There you go. Oh no, okay, it won't let me talk in the chat on Twitch unless I link it to my phone. Bummer. Let me see if I can fix that, because I don't want that to happen. I think just having people who are followers should be plenty. I could fix this. We could fix this. How can I make something pretty on the screen to keep people entertained while I do some settings changes? Draw one at an angle. Oh yeah, that makes sense. One of the broken links. Okay. It's in the settings, isn't it? I'm looking at Streamlabs. That won't help me one bit. I know what I'm doing. No, I don't. Okay, be mute, Twitch. Be nice to me. Okay, for those who don't know who I am, my name is Steve Conley. I'm a cartoonist, and my webcomic, The Middle Age, is available to read on WEBTOONs, Tapas, GoComics, and my own website at middleagecomic.com. This stream is Tuesdays and Thursdays from... Oh. I just started talking over myself. Okay, I'm in the dashboard. Community. Roles manager? Nope. That ain't it. Settings? Moderation. Channel privileges. Okay, the one we're getting there. We're getting there. All chatters must have a verified email. Phone verification is off. Verification exemptions. Oh wait. No, wait. How did I just say you have to be a follower? Followers only mode. Any followers. When enabled, followers must follow you for a specified amount of time before they are allowed to post messages. Any followers. Yeah. First time chatters, email verification. Chatters without a verified email must have accounts older than 1 week. Well, I'm gonna turn email verification. Oh no, that there's a safety rating thing. I'm not gonna go middle. I recommend email verification. Yeah, some must have. Chatters without verified email must have accounts older than 3 days. So unless you just created your account, Tracy, you should be able to. It doesn't say save settings. I think as soon as I click the thing, it turns. So hopefully that will allow you to chat. Oh, I typed recommend twice. You doubly recommend. All right, so there has email verification, but the exception is chatters without a verified email must have accounts older than 3 days. Oh, you just made your account. Okay. Chatters without a verified email must have followed for more than 1 day. Okay, so that's where it is. You'll be able to chat on the Twitch next time around. That's email verification, not phone verification. Okay, email verification. All chatters must have email verified. Yeah, let's keep that on. What DEG said. Phone verification was the thing. I've just turned off phone verification. So you should be fine. Okay. And we're back. And I have made it so that only followers can chat. I've seen that on places. It's like, I don't know. That seems like a small bar to hurdle. A small hurdle to bar. For the love of... that sound. Hello, Tall Tale Radio. Tom, how are you? I'm not sure if you're on the other side of the wall that was just put up. There is a verification, like, hey, there you go. You made me sign up for Twitch. I can't believe it. Oh, you just made DEG very happy. One of us. One of us. Okay. Tall Tale Radio is a, I would say, intermittent, but coming back in a big way, podcast, which is by cartoonists, interviewing cartoonists, and also with a big dollop of pop culture thrown in on top. And if you check out their archives, there are a lot of great episodes to listen to, and then a couple with me. And it's relaunching soon. I'm super excited. And Tom has too amazing a voice. He's a great cartoonist, but he has this amazing voice. So it's yeah, it's bewildering. It's good to listen to. Okay, so we're working on this cover. We did a little bit of 3D modeling. We did a preview of how the mini prints are coming along and Hopefully I'll have those in my hands soon, and I'll post more photos of those. And then there'll be a Kickstarter where everyone will be able to get minis. I'm still looking at how to make larger models. I know we talked about that, LJ. I certainly want to get like a 3-inch print of the figures because there's so much detail in them, and I think they'll look awesome. Okay, so I've torn up the Gorget, if that's how it's pronounced. Other news was that I will be at the South Carolina Comic Con. I'll also be at Heroes Con this year. So if you're on the East Coast, the Charlotte convention in June. It's usually Father's Day weekend. I'll be at Heroes Con, and then the Savannah Comic Con in September. The Palm Coast Comic Con also in September. It's a one-day show. And then the Baltimore Comic Con in October. Okay, I think I like how that's coming along. I'm gonna just lighten all this and go. Let's start inking. Heroes Con. Heroes Con, middle of June. Where is it? It's in Charlotte, North Carolina. And Tom, I'd love to come back out to San Diego. I love that show as an attendee. I'm not sure as an exhibitor. I don't know if anyone... My thought with San Diego has been in recent years that I will only come out there as a guest. Like, they have to put me up because it's so expensive. Or if I get an Eisner nomination, I think I have a snowball's chance in heck of winning it. I just can never make the economics of the trip work. I love the show. I love seeing everybody. Here's hoping that by San Diego Comic-Con 2023, that the Middle Age has been licensed for some sort of media thing, and that they bring me out. That or I just keep at this until they give me some sort of lifetime achievement award for not dying. Hopefully the number of new cases down before the cons ramp up. I totally get that, Tracy. For sure. I was at the South Carolina Comic-Con, SE Comic-Con in Greenville, South Carolina, and masks very much seemed like a thing of the past. There were some people who were wearing them. No one gave someone grief for wearing them. I thought that was kind of like I thought someone might do that, like, you know, lecture somebody for being cautious. And I wore my mask much of the time. Every time I left the booth, and I was out with the throngs of people. But I also had got my second booster the week before. So I kind of felt, unjustly probably, safer. But it was weird. Some people were wearing them all weekend, some vendors all weekend, and some weren't. So it was kind of a mixed bag. I think that's how it's going to be going forward. I think at some point, though, the restrictions will be relaxed. Hopefully enough people will be vaccinated. I don't know what enough means. You know, I'm barely a cartoonist, let alone epidemiologist. But I just can't afford to get sick. I can't take time off. I don't want to get sick, period. As far as I could tell, you know, you wear a mask for other people, because if you wear a mask, it reduces the chance of them getting sick. And if you wear a mask, it reduces your chance of getting sick by 20%. So 20% is not nothing. That's a +4 mask of protection if you play D&D. You know, each percentage on the die of a 20-sided die is 5%. So that's a +4 mask of protection. I'd wear that. Too many places are acting like COVID. COVID who? Yeah. Tom says, I only go because I live here. Cheap place to stay. Yeah, I'll take that save it throw for sure. That's technically, there's a spell in D&D called Bless, which gives you a 1d4. So not even, so it's a wonderful spell. You really want that benefit, that buff, but it's not as good as a mask. But I understand. People are going stir crazy, and some parts of the country are itchy. So I adjusted everything. I think I might have adjusted I think this is a little too far north. I might have to scooch that down 1/2 of 1/8 of a scooch. So I wore my mask much of the time. I'm soft-spoken, which made life very difficult, because then the only way to hear me while I was wearing a mask was to get closer to me. And at that point, I thought, okay, we're losing any benefit this mask is providing, because if we both have to get under the same mask to hear me, that's not going to help. So at a certain point, I didn't have my mask on, but I tried to stay as far back as possible. So convention centers are nice because they are big open places, so I do feel like there is a lot of airflow, and hopefully people are safe, and hopefully they're vaccinated. And anywho, the only slightly more uncomfortable topic would be NFTs. Here's why I wear a mask while I talk about NFTs. You must project the diaphragm. Well, no, I don't want to do that. I want to keep all me and my germs and my breath on this side of the table. That was so funny. So it was the first comic convention I did post all this craziness, since it was like at the end of 2021. And it's the Baltimore Comic Con, and they had a mandatory vaccination policy. You had to show your proof of vaccination or a recent test, and you had to wear a mask the whole time. So I didn't see the bottom of people's faces for most of the weekend. And at one point, they have a yearbook, and so I signed it with a Sharpie on it. It takes a while to dry, so you don't want it to close the book and then suddenly the mirror image of your signature is on the facing page, marring the artwork on the other side. So I draw it, and I hold the book out, say, okay, just give this a moment to dry. The guy, okay, he tucks down his mask and blows, and now he's created this funnel right at my face of air. And I haven't, again, I had dealt with people. I was sheltered and getting more neurotic, excuse me. And I just dove like someone took a shot. My chair made that squeaking sound, like I just dodged out of the way. It was awful. / great. She said, what a scream. But it was amazing. It was like right at my face. They might as well have had like a cone. But again, everyone there was vaccinated, so it was like, they were less contagious, I was less contagious, everything was fine. So like I said, I got my second booster, and I felt a bit better. Because I'm a coward anyway. And I have such limited lung capacity to begin with. I'm frail. Okay, so the sword is pretty much the most, next to the chainmail, one of the most, or the least fun parts of the drawing, because it's just so mechanical. But I do like using the thick and thin, just to give it a bit more life. On the cover, I'll definitely put in those runes on the sword, which I include intermittently, just to give it a little more character. Sweet. So I think as I mentioned before, the next Kickstarter is going to be for the minis. I'm excited to see if I can convince anybody who's in the D&D world to give my comic a try. I'm also excited just to have merch. I mean, I love having like the t-shirts and the pins and the... But I'm doubly excited just because it's my own artwork. You know what I mean? I think if I had paid somebody to make these figures, they wouldn't feel... I wouldn't be connected to them as much. Come on. But because I sculpted them, I don't know. I feel like it's different. It's not just a product I'm putting on the table that was made of my characters. It's really my artwork. That's really neat. I didn't, you know, it's like discovering that you have a hidden talent. Oh, dodging death bullets. What are your favorite programs for laying down your inks and lines? I like Procreate on the iPad. I've been drawing my webcomic for 5 years plus on it using Procreate. People rave about Clip Studio. I think it's a lot of people who are coming over from the desktop side of things, where there's a desktop version of Clip Studio. I haven't tried it that much. I played with it on the desktop because I do have it for that, but I just never purchased the iPad one, mostly because of the monthly fee. I'm a cheapskate. So it's possible that I could use it and fall in love with the program. It certainly has lovely features like lettering and the idea of creating panels that restrict your drawing within those panels. So it's sort of like helping you draw within the lines. But you know, I guess if I were more familiar with the program, I might be more willing to invest in the monthly fee. As it stands, that would just dip into my Paramount Plus budget. Or, you know, whatever else. Are you going... And Tracy asks, wait, there's a monthly fee for the tablet version? Yes. Clip Studio's a one-time purchase currently on the iPad? Right, it's a tablet version that they want a monthly fee for. The desktop is a one-time purchase, which is curious. But I do get it. I mean, if you can get people to pay monthly, why wouldn't you? But it does add up. So support me on Patreon at patreon.com/Steve Conley, where you can pay me monthly. All of my Patreon support goes to the lavish upkeep of this cubby hole that I work out of. This well-adorned cubby hole. And then Tracy asks, am I going to enter the call to action contest? I don't know. It's a lot of work. 60 panels is like 10 to 15 pages of content. I would want it to be something that I could repurpose. I wouldn't do it just for the contest. It would have to be something that I thought, I have to be really in love with the idea. And I currently don't have an idea that fits that box that they've requested everything fit inside. So I'm going to think about it. There's a little bit of time. But I don't know. It's something I want to repurpose. I don't want to create 10 pages of content that just for that thing, and then it has to go into a book. It has to go into a bonus that I can give my Patreon supporters, or I can tuck inside make it as a bonus reward for a Kickstarter or something. I'm a big fan of having multiple uses for the thing you create. Like my webcomic, it becomes a print book and it becomes a PDF download and things like that. Oh yeah, it's so much work. $5 a month is too much, blows $50 on resin dice. Absolutely. Absolutely. The gaming community blows my mind. They, for a hardcover book, they $50, no questions asked. That's like the standard price of a D&D book. I don't know, 200 pages of color, hardcover, 8.5 by 11. If you make a graphic novel to those exact same proportions, if you charge more than $30, you're a criminal. It's unheard of. And now there was the Matt Colville new Kickstarter. Matt Colville, again, is a very popular online dungeon master. He has a dungeon master video series that's very well received, and I think dungeon masters everywhere appreciate his insight as a DM, excellent screen presence when he speaks, very much a nerd in the definitely one of us. And so well-spoken, tons of content that he's put out there. They recently announced kind of a monster book, which is just going to be a collection of monsters where they've written curious, fun rules for those monsters and bonus abilities and things like that. Ways to spice up the game instead of pulling the standard goblin out of the Dungeon Master's Guide or the Monster Manual or something like that. You could use his book, and the characters have a bit more life to them. That seems to be the pitch. But his book is $70. So it's bordering on the price of a video game, right? It's in that realm where, if you ever watch James Stephanie Sterling's videos, where, they're talking about how the price has gone up. And some people can make the case that if you look compared to inflation, this is where, if you had the Unearthed Arcana back in the late 80s, that it's roughly the same price. But, when you say it's roughly the same price, accounting for inflation, it's like, well, minimum wage hasn't gone up to that same amount. The paychecks people are making hasn't gone up. You're basically saying for a $70 book, you're saying, I want you to work a 10-hour shift to pay for this. Kinda. And I'm like, I don't know. But people he's I don't know, at $1.25 million after 2 days on his Kickstarter. And yes, I know. Oh no, wait, that number shipping isn't even included in that. That will all be calculated separately. Usually I look at a Kickstarter and I say, okay, 10% of that's going to, easily 10% of that's going to shipping, or 20% is going to shipping. What I will say, if you're going to do a Kickstarter, look at the structure of their campaign, of the Flea Monsters campaign that Matt Colville, MCDM, currently has on Kickstarter. The tiers are super simple. I really admire the elegance. They have, the PDF is $40, which, don't get me started, that's crazy. That's a crazy price for a PDF. But rule books being searchable, I understand the value of a PDF. Then it's $70 is the next tier for the PDF and the book, $100 for the special edition book, and you get a sticker or something like that, and the PDF. And then $200 for like all that and a t-shirt and a resin print of their monster. Okay, 4 tiers, super simple, not complicated at all. I really admire that. I think my next Kickstarter is going to be much simpler. I feel like I've made them too complicated in the past. He says, rambling. Let me check the chat. When I add up what I spent, Tall Tale Radio on Twitch says, when I add up what I spend on Starbucks monthly for my stupid kids, supply and demand for those books. They don't sell a ton, I'm sure. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Eric says, there will be blood taught me not to forget the shipping costs. Or Casablanca, carrying charges, dear boy, carrying charges. Ooh, that angle's way off. That's what I get when I go straight to ink instead of sketching out what I'm doing. But it is Thursday. Thank you all for joining me. I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Currently on both Twitch and YouTube, although if you're watching this on YouTube, please keep in mind that the stream may be going mostly to Twitch in the nearer future, so that I'll still stream live to YouTube from time to time, and I'll still be publishing videos there, but for the most part, for the conversation and all the other fun features of the chat below, a lot of that will happen over on Twitch. So I'm sorry, I know that will affect people in some countries. It's suboptimal. If I, all things being equal, I would stay on both platforms, but it's a growing challenge. I was very briefly Twitch exclusive when I learned that, oh yeah, I have to be exclusive on the platform, and I immediately recoiled. Not a fan of being exclusive on any platform, but the fact is the Twitch environment is magical. It is very, I don't know, the idea that you can raid another channel, it's very friendly. You see, it runs an ad at the beginning. I don't think it hits you with another ad. The streaming on YouTube is nice because when you're streaming live, they don't insert ads into the presentation. So I will give them that. But, for how long? So it's anything. It really is. It really is. I underestimated its. I mean, David mentioned, well, you're going to be drawing anyway. You might as well stream. And I mean, that's the most logical thing. We were talking about how if you're going to do this call to action thing for webtoons, you might as well print it as a book. Or you should plan to include it as a book. So this cover was going to get drawn. These 3D models. Well, I don't know if the 3D models are going to get made. That's a whole wild card thing. But yeah, but the idea that of raiding other channels is really, and the idea that when you do raid them, that suddenly the host is going to take a moment and go, check out their work. It's awesome. It's, very community focused and lovely. In a time when people are the growing number of jerks. It's just nice that there's this lovely place to be, and hasn't been spoiled yet. He says that, not knowing. I'm sure there's some terrible dark underbelly I'm unaware of. Tracy on YouTube asks, since you're great at 3D sculpting, thank you, have you ever thought about rigging your 3D characters and rendering your comic? I know, the idea that I can sculpt is still so fresh in my head, I haven't thought about it. I've only been sculpting for about, since January? Maybe? February? I installed the software in January and fumbled my way through it. And I do enjoy the style of it, and it's helped me understand my characters in a way, because the more I sculpt them, I have a sense of they have way more three-dimensionality in my mind. Not the main character, Quimp. I know this character inside and out. Melvin, the wizard, again, he's been in my head for 5 years. But some of the other characters, like the little baby dragon, as I was sculpting, I know what they look like from the front, from the three-quarter view, and maybe over the shoulder from the back. And that's about it. Those are the only angles I ever drew them at, because every time I tried to draw them in any of those interstitial positions, it fell apart. And it's like, I'm struggling with it, it's not working, fine, I'll just stick to one of the three views I know. And when it came time to modeling them, and I knew I had to model them for the minis, I'm like, this is my chance to understand them finally. And it paid off, because now they exist. I can't wait to receive the mini in the mail, but I know what they look like now, in a way that I didn't before. So, anywho, he says, rambling, as he do. DEG says, well, you weren't here during the era of hate raid bots. No, I wasn't. I've heard some horror stories about what happened back in the day. That's a shame. But monsters will try to ruin everything. Monsters and marketing people. No, I don't mind that. I thought maybe I didn't like that. No, I don't. I think it needs to have more of a angle to the hand there, to the fingers. So I'm super excited about having the minis made, and I am going to change this finger a little bit to give it have the pinky sticking up a little bit. But I'm also not particularly good in Blender, Tracy. So I don't think I could. I mean, I'd love to learn how to do the rigging, but every time I've opened up Blender, I've kind of just my eyes glaze over. It's amazing, and I love what people have done with it, but I feel like there's a learning curve there, and I just have to spend the time. Nomad Sculpt is so easy, and it basically speaks my language. It's like super simple. There aren't a lot of tools. I hit the wall rapidly for what I can do with it, but like it's limited in its ability to create. I'd like to have Adobe Illustrator level control over polygons, and then extrude them in space and add things like bevels, basic straightforward 3D modeling stuff that goes back 25 years. But those tools don't exist. It's very much that, what was it, Sculptress that Maya put out, which was kind of like, here's a ball of clay, have fun. So that I was able to do interesting things with it over like the models in the corner is awesome. And there are some simple polygon tools, but things like when you see Sir Quimp and his sword right there, I had to create that sword in Illustrator and then bring that into Photoshop to use its 3D tools for as long as it has those. There's a time limit on those. Photoshop is apparently being re-engineered off of a different code set, which will remove the 3D modeling functions, which is unfortunate. And the thing is, it's apparently a victim of collateral damage. There were some other rendering tools within Photoshop that employed a new graphic library or a new tool set of some kind. And so Photoshop had a functioning 3D system. As I understand it, Photoshop had a functioning... I do not like this hand at all. I'm going to redraw the hand. If you're new to this channel, my name is Steve Conley. I redraw hands a lot. This channel is mostly about me redrawing hands. And I'm going to shake myself loose a little bit here. I'm going to flip the thing horizontally and just draw it from a different angle and see if I like it more that away. I'm also going to add a layer of white, fill the whole layer with white, and then I adjust its opacity down a bit so I can to lighten up what I've drawn before, so it can be there ever so slightly. But tell you what, I'm just going to first draw the arm in. The glove roughly will go like that. And I'm going to draw through the shape so I can see these are the knuckles on the far side of the hand. You've got the big bit of, I think this is called palm meat. As you can tell, I'm not classically trained illustrator. Sculptress is fun and so easy to pick up, but yeah, really limited. Oh wow, yeah, that's what I felt. Tall Tale Radio on Twitch says, I'm waiting for a 3D virtual sculpting studios that will obviously be coming to the Oculus. so I can fail as an artist in yet another medium. but you'll be failing in 3D immersive. Oh, I missed some stuff. Talltale Radio on Twitch says, I work with Lincoln Pierce on the Big Nate comic, and there's a new animation on Paramount Plus, and those guys said the single biggest challenge was figuring out what Nate's hair would look like in 3D. I totally get that. I have when I'm drawing my comic, I think about an episode here that I can share. When I'm drawing my comic, you can see that there's this sort of chainmail texture that I sketch onto the armor. And when I first was 3D modeling our hero, I'm like, how do I do that? Because it really is sketched with essentially lighting from within the in-environment lighting. It's three-dimensional within that environment. If I were to paint that, when I tried painting that texture or sculpting that texture onto the model, it fought the lighting of the real world. So I had to come up with something else, and that's why the armor that you see in the model has those discs. It was just sort of I was fumbling my way through it and just came up with something that I kind of like as a so it's off model to some degree, but I think there's so much of it that's still him that it feels okay to me. So I don't know, I have to see that. I haven't seen what you've done on or what they've done on Paramount Plus yet. And Tom, Paramount Plus is kind of the butt of a running joke here on Twitch for this channel, in that every time I get a new subscriber or a new follower on this platform, I say, take that, Paramount Plus, because we're clearly in competition with one another. Also because Paramount Plus is designed by the Ferengi. The idea of a monthly fee, and they're going to show you ads. That's got the stamp of the Grand Nagus all over it. So I like having this little uptick at the tip of the fingers, but that seems to fight sometimes the sense of a real grip on an item. So it's like, yeah, each finger might have a little bit of a just a little lift at the end, but if I do too much of it, then suddenly it doesn't feel like they're grabbing the sword. Hulu is the same, ads plus monthly fee. Nope. Telltale Radio says, I only subscribed because I needed to see the Nate animation. I like Paramount Plus because of Picard. I'm a big fan of the show. I know there are issues with the latest season that people have. I'm not entirely caught up, and never any spoilers, please. But between Michael Chabon working on it and Patrick Stewart, it's like it seems great. But then they announced season 3 with a trailer that was going to include like most of the cast of The Next Generation, which some people view as like a concession, like, aha, we told you your show was bad, and now you're going to come back and with all the people we wanted from the beginning. I also kind of appreciate them not just kind of immediately putting them back on the bridge of a ship or something like that. I liked the stories they've told so far. Man, I think this is okay. I like this hand. I think this is going to be a nice cover. He says too soon. Have I seen Discovery yet? If so, is that any good? Oh. It has moments. They're fleeting. It's like the J.J. Abrams school of storytelling to some degree. It's not very respectful of what came before it. It doesn't adhere to what came before it. It kind of plays fast and loose with continuity, and I think it's fine. It's not. I come with it. I come at it with too much baggage, you know. I come at it with like as a fan of the original series, as the fan who has like source books from the role playing game over there, who, you know, who can say that the Grand Nagus is the ruler of the Ferengi, you know, has basic knowledge and kind of a love of the original IP. My sense with Discovery was a couple of things. One, that Paramount didn't know what streaming was yet. They kind of heard that streaming has to do with they like that the people like continuing narratives, and they hired some people who I think were embarrassed by the IP, who didn't know what to do with the IP. It felt a little bit like if you saw the Eternals movie. Again, no spoilers. We're talking about the mood, not about the content. Those characters have very iconic outfits. It's basically what the problem was with all the Sony superhero stuff. It wasn't until the MCU where suddenly the characters were wearing colorful outfits and they kind of looked like they did in the comic books because they didn't seem to be embarrassed by the comics. And I got the sense with Discovery that they were embarrassed by the original stuff, or that they had some other ideas in mind and they didn't want to, you know, they couldn't get those funded. But if we call it Star Trek, we can do what we want. And for all I know, they didn't know if the Paramount Plus network was going to even work, so they just let these folks do whatever they wanted. But there are definite moments in the show where I think that are fantastic. But then there are other moments which are just really ridiculous. So if you like ridiculous, I highly recommend. All right. I like that hand, I think. I think the index finger could be out just a little bit more, maybe. How we doing? Oh, that's great. Thanks, the real Bearminator. And then every once in a while, I remember there's this episode in season 2 of Discovery where it feels like an episode of Star Trek. And if you talk to people about Discovery and they're familiar with the season 2, and if I say, you know that one episode that's like Star Trek, they're like, oh, I know which one you're talking about. I think that's a problem. Because the whole thing should be Star Trek, I think. Or not. Or not. The old man yells at Cloud. But young minds, fresh ideas, be tolerant. Okay, I think I like that. Let me turn off that white layer that I have there that's kind of been, increasing the opacity. The real Bearminator. I'm at an age where change is not welcome anymore. Star Trek is a dangerous fan base to try new things and deviate from what was established. Not a smart move. Yeah, it's a bit like... I still think the folks who did the Lord of the Rings movie managed to thread that needle very well. they were working on a property that people love, and it has a ton of lore that they had to be respectful of, and they managed to treat the material with respect and get the fans to even love the changes that they made. So it's possible, but it's Hollywood. And then there's a wonderful book by William Goldman, a couple of wonderful books by William Goldman, Adventures in the Screen Trade, and then Which Lie Did I Tell, where he basically explains that, you know, it's not like any of them are seeking to make a bad product. It's not like any of them are seeking to lose money. There are people through every step who are double checking everything that's happening and hoping to control this explosion. And you know, his conclusion is nobody knows anything. So the fact that anything is good is a miracle. Anything that those collaborative gigantic dinosaurs are capable of producing anything of merit ever, that you can get a Breaking Bad, you know, or I don't know, Severance, which is on Apple Plus. These weird things which are unique and great. I don't know if they're good, but they're great. So going to the South Carolina Comic-Con last weekend, I was like, so I streamed on Thursday, ended my stream, played my weekly D&D game, still had a pack for the show. The D&D game ends around midnight. I'm like, I'm going to a comic show. I have to watch the latest episode of Picard. I can't go into that room because it will be spoiled. You know, even if it's not intentionally spoiled, I'll overhear somebody saying something about the latest episode, and so I'm like, oh, no, I gotta watch it. Gotta stay up and watch it. Okay, I like that. That's a pretty good thumb right there. How we doing? I love William Goldman's books. You just scored serious points. Oh, fantastic. Oh, I love them. They're such a treat. They really are amazing. Yeah, that Tracy says, I feel like can be said for any fan base about people have feel ownership of it. I think that's lovely. The trouble is sometimes they connect their identity with it. Like, I was talking the other day about how I don't have any ink. I don't have a tattoo. But if I get one, the one I'm most leaning toward is the IDIC logo. The logo of the Vulcan philosophy. You see it in the episode Journey to Babel and others. It's a triangle. I think I'm going to get this right. Something like that, roughly like that. And it's this Vulcan symbol, and the idea is it's their aesthetic. It's their ethic. It's the idea that beauty is infinite, IDIC, infinite diversity in infinite combinations, and that it's all of us, it's all our diversity, it's all our differences that makes everything great. I'm not Vulcan, so there's a bit of cultural appropriation going on here. I don't entirely understand the I'm certain there have been legitimate philosophers who have examined what all that means, but I think the message is so beautiful. The message is so pretty. And this is from 1968. So anyone who's complaining that Star Trek got political can just what do you call it? Shut up. They can do that whole they can begin to do the shutting up. The shutting up may commence. Star Trek got political. You haven't seen Star Trek then. The whole show is political. It's all these Cold War analogies, and was the guy who was black on the right side of his face and white on the left side of his face, the other one who was black on the left side of his face and white on the right side. Was that too subtle? Did they miss that? Was that Because if that went over their heads, I think that had to go over their heads. Dummies. Frank Gorshin. There is a video. Frank Gorshin played the Riddler in the Batman TV show. He also played Loki or Beale in the Commissioner Beale in the Star Trek episode where you're half black, half white alien. He was in tons of other things too. Amazing, and a great voice actor too. There is a animated short. Drawing a blank on the name of it. Tom might be able to pull it out. With Kirk Douglas like playing every role, like an animated Kirk Douglas playing every role, and Frank Gorshin does the voices, and it's amazing. It's amazing. Hey, Digital Echo, nice to see you. That dude could choose scenery like no one. Yes, he could. They say your people evolved from apes. He says apes. He and Shatner in the same scene. There are syllables, extra syllables and everything. They say our people evolved from apes. Okay, I like that hand. So I've spent half an hour drawing this hand. You are a very tolerant group. There are people on Twitch, by the way, who are currently blowing up giant dinosaurs with AK-47s and explosives and throwing C4 at, Poseidon. So I know that you have a lot of choices in your entertainment, and I appreciate you being here. I like that you have choices in your entertainment, and you've decided, I don't want entertainment. I'll be here on this channel. Gather round. Watch an old man draw a sword. Gene Roddenberry was so ahead of his time, said Tracy. Yes. Yes, indeed. Star Trek has been a trailblazer. I watched an interview with Nichelle Nichols, the original Uhura, and how it was pretty much unheard of to have a character type on mainstream media. Yeah, she's it was awesome. It was awesome. Entertaining and inspirational, says Digital Echo. Tall Tale Radio. I think he was like Alan Rickman in that way. We're talking about Frank Gorshin. The most beautiful, unexpected pauses and emphasis. Yes. Oh, yeah. Good comparison. Alan Rickman was mostly known for being Snape in the Harry Potter films and the... Oh, there goes my nerd card. Try and draw... He was in Die Hard as... Oh, my goodness. Nerd card revoked. I'm not going to look. I know Tom's already typed it. It's like a German name. He typed it already? Oh, he hasn't typed it yet. Okay. Dang, I want to keep my nerd card. You'll wait. Oh, I was actually hoping you would put me out of my misery. Dang nabbit. I can't think of it. See, this is the thing. Someone will say, oh, you should be on those trivia shows. I'm like, no, the whole thing would be me just going like, I don't remember the name of like his most popular character. H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells. He played H.G. Wells. People don't know that. Oh. Hans Gruber. Thank you. My brain was done. So it does have a slight German sound to it. I did remember that part. Thank you, Tom. I'll now enter my probationary period of the nerd card. His best comedic role was in Galaxy Quest. Oh yeah, for sure. By Grabthar's Hammer. My brain was done. Story of my life. So if you're joining me now, I think that those tears are a bit too Batman-like. They were very orderly. I'm going to clean that up a little bit. I'm currently drawing the cover of the third volume of The Middle Age. There have been 2 volumes so far, which were made possible thanks to Kickstarters. And this will be the third one. This shows the hero of the series running alongside Bob, who is not the hero of the series. A little teddy bear type character who shows up in the story from time to time. I'm going to get rid of the opacity there so we can see it. So this is roughly what the cover will look like. There'll be a big logo of the name of the book across the top, along with the title of the volume at the bottom. It's going to match the style of the previous covers. Please ignore that gray bar across the middle. That's something that this was a soft cover proof, and so they added that. So it'll have the title along the bottom and my credit, and hopefully this will be. Oh wow! I didn't realize I have the 3 award nominations up there. So that's the. Hopefully it'll say winner by then. By the time the next one comes out, it'll say. I don't know. Only 8 viewers. This is a crime in progress. No, that's the right amount of viewers. Hello, 8 viewers. 8 viewers. This is fine. As I've said, I'm fairly new to Twitch. I know DEG or V, as she is known, also known, aka V, knows that I keep saying I'm new to Twitch. I feel like I need to say that in order to let people know that I honestly don't know what I'm doing. And also, I'm trying to get sympathy points. Like, you can like the channel, you could follow it, hit the button, ring the bell, jump through the hoop, light the candle, free the wolves. I think there's a free the wolves button. I don't like using my real voice like that, but I'll do it from time to time. There's 7 more usual podcast. The good news about it is if you follow the channel on Twitch, a medallion will appear on the screen, and it hits like a hammer and takes 1 day of my life away. So that's kind of a plus. So I had all sorts of streaming issues. I'm at that age. And I had all sorts of streaming issues with going to YouTube and to Twitch at the same time, and I couldn't figure out what the problem was. Wi-Fi said I had a great signal. Everything about it was great. And I tried rubbing. I tried scrubbing. I tried professional, the pro level of Restream, which is the service that splits the stream into both platforms, and to Facebook if I want. I tried going right to Twitch. Nothing solved the problem. It wasn't until I plugged my router directly in with a 50-foot cable that suddenly everything was fine. So it took a while for me to get this service working the way I would like it to. So I appreciate everyone who's patient with me and helping me figure this whole thing out. But I really do like Twitch. I think it's really a fantastic platform. So I don't count all those learning curves, all those months spent with learning curves. So during the time I was spending all those higher end versions of software, it included a pro level of Streamlabs, which allowed me to select very fancy graphics that appear when people hit the subscribe or the follow button or whatever, or raid the channel. Normally you're not able to get that kind of fancy graphic. And so I selected it as I was playing with the settings. I'm no longer a professional level, so all I can do is revert back to the basic level of what Streamlabs offers. But until then, it's going to be stuck on this higher end fancy thing, so I can't really change it. All I can do is get rid of it and spend an hour or two building my own. So until I block out an hour of my own time to fix the thing, to create my own, like David Peterson's is lovely because he has like these Monty Python sound effects associated with it. So once I build my own, I can abandon this current one, which gives me a heart attack. But I think around 8 to 10 subscribers has been the most I've ever had, apart from when somebody raided the channel. But I think I only have like 113, 114 subscribers. So, I mean, forgive me, followers. So I'm happy though with the number I have. Everything's fine. I like that I can respond to people, you know, assuming I'm not giving my head down too long and getting caught up in drawing a knuckle or something like that. But I can respond to people in chat. I've watched some streams with people with hosts who have, you know, 50, 100 people in there, and stuff just flies right past. There's no way to keep up. So in a little while, I'm going to take a little break, stretch my legs, and there's going to be a art show, a gallery of fan and guest artwork. And I recommend people hanging out for that, because some of the work is quite lovely. It's got some D&D artwork. It's got from artwork by D&D artist Jeff D, Pixar artist Marty Bowman, film director Chris Bailey. Some beautiful artwork by some amazing people who are just awesome. And if you'd like to have artwork included in the intermission, in this the art show, there is a email during the show, or just reach out to me on social media or something like that, and I'll include it in there. And then include your socials so I can give you credit during your slide. And yeah, I love seeing that. All sorts of art, of every kind of level of artist. And there are a few pieces I need to add yet, like one from Don Matthias, one from, who else? Oh, yeah, there's a wonderful Lego illustration someone made. That's really surprising to me. I find watching you to be very valuable. I'm really surprised you don't have more. Oh, you're getting in on the ground floor of an amazing investment opportunity. That or my arriving on Twitch signals the end of their platform. Oh, party's over. Where's everybody going? Wait, but I just got here. That's cool. Must be here. Doodling. That's cool. I didn't like the angle of the collar, so I drew it on a new layer. I do that all the time. I'll just start working on another layer, and if I like it, I will go back and then merge those two layers together. It lets me fix things. It's one of the reasons why my work is so belabored looking. And I'll adjust the opacity so I can tell which layer is which when I'm erasing the overlap. May, an enchanted sword, truly a diamond in the rough. Who is seething with joy? Yeah, I was really amazed at the South Carolina Comic-Con. That was a very popular pin. Quite a few of those sold. Seething with I'm seething with joy. If anyone's interested, you work in Procreate, the brush I use is called Steve's brush because I'm not creative. The brush is free to download from my Patreon page. You don't have to be a Patreon supporter to get it. It's free. I don't like charging fellow artists. There shouldn't. I don't want there to be any overhead to being an artist. If you want to support me, that's awesome. But I don't want to. We have enough costs without charging each other for the basics. So it's called Steve's brush. I use it as my eraser and as my main drawing tool for all my line work. There are other brushes I use, like for watercolors and leaves and things like that, but this is the brush I use for almost all my line work. It has a nice flexibility to it. I can get thick and thin. There's no stabilization on it, so the line you draw is created by your hand and not by the computer. I do have a version of it where I have activated the stabilization, but I use that for my word balloons, where I want to make sure that they're a little bit more, a little rounder, have a little more bounce to them. Steve's brush is what he calls his mustache. That's true. Hello, David. How are you? Are you still recovering from your online con, which was fantastic? Well, that's excellent. I really enjoyed the episodes I was able to see. I'm going to catch the replays. The replays are available on your YouTube channel, I believe. Yeah, it was really good. I was at a convention for the weekend, but I was able to spend like large part of Wednesday and Thursday watching, and then catch replays while I was working over when I got back. I did the South Carolina Comic-Con, which was interesting. I did very well there. I was very surprised. Again, I'm surprised that anybody, I never know what I'm going to get into any one of these conventions. I don't have a lot of experience, and with 2.5 years away from that show. Also, it's in a town that's not exactly recession-proof. And I did great. But I think the resurgence in popularity, or I guess calling it resurgence is fine. Calling it a comeback for D&D, I think might actually be benefiting what I'm doing now. There was tons of people selling dice and rule books and gaming stuff, and I think my stuff kind of, the Venn diagram, there's quite a bit of overlap. Oh, so the video page on Twitch has got the past episodes. Fantastic. So do check out David Peterson's channel on Twitch here. You're probably all subscribers already. You should be. But he's got some archived interviews that he's done. The one I haven't seen is with the Simonsons, which I'm excited to watch. But I will say that, like, mask wearing seems to be waning in places, sadly. Thankfully, I got my second booster before I went, so that was percolating in my system before I got there. No shout out command yet? Wow, you must be new to Twitch. Shout out command. I'll learn these things. Yeah, I'm over 50. I think you know that. I pour. That's why I'm so good at. That's why I'm so good at this newfangled internet thing. As I told DEG, I pour Paul Rudd blood all over my cornflakes. That's right. Yeah, and it's apparently that was the one perk of being on the shady side of 50 is that I could get another booster, and I was in line. I had to go to 2 different Walgreens to get it too. The first one I went to, I go in there and they say, yeah, we're only going to give them every Walgreens policy. They said, I know what the CDC is saying, but we're only going to give them every 5 months. I'm like, what? I'm like, no. So I'm like, I immediately went back home and made another appointment at a different Walgreens, just because the hoops I had to jump through for CVS and Publix and things like that were just awful. And I went to I made a second one, and I go into the pharmacist at this other Walgreens the next day. The woman, who I swear is like a sister of Nadia from What We Do in the Shadows, and she's with the same exact accent, and asked the pharmacist, whether it's, I'm not going to do the accent. She said, Greg or Jeff. That was apparently the pharmacist's name. What are we, is it 4 or 5 months? And he looks at me. I'm wearing a mask. I'm the only one wearing a mask in the store because, why would you? You're only handing out free vaccines. Why would anyone wear a mask? And so he just rolls his eyes and goes, give it to him. I'm like, fine. Your the amount of enjoyment in your day does not affect how my body will receive this medication. Tom of Tall Tale Radio says, I play Fortnite with some friends online, started over the pandemic as a way to be social and not go nuts, and we threatened to start a Twitch stream called Old Fart Night. That's good. That's excellent. David says, first Walgreens only give me 1/3 of a dose? Really? That's baffling. Tracy says, if it wasn't for the gray, you'd very easily pass for 30s. I'm jealous. While you look 20 years younger. People always mistake me for 10 years older. Oh, thank goodness, David. 'Cause believe me, I'm in Florida now, so the idea that someone would get 1/3 of a dose, not that surprising. My absurdometer is broken. Shane, hello. So I'm currently working on the cover of the third collection of the Middle Age, and it's kind of sort of looking like this. I might tweak it, I might change everything about it, I might throw it out and start over, but this is how it's coming so far, and I don't yet hate it. I can show everybody this. This came during the last stream. It's flipped. I'll flip it back. These are the photographs from the resin printer, the vendor I use for making resin prints, and this is how the minis for Dragon Baby Jarn and Bob have come out. You can see their models in the bottom right corner rotating through. Super happy with that. I have a lead on a vendor who will be able to mass produce these for the Kickstarter. And what was great was the recommendation for the vendor came from 2 different people I know who don't know each other. So the idea that I don't know, that speaks very highly of them. The amount of gullibility you have when it comes to David is boundless. Yeah, I'm convinced it's David. I know it's probably one of his many minions handling his account right now, but I choose to believe that it's really David. In this case, these are just they're resin, but then they're primed and then painted silver. And Simon's Magic Shop, thank you, DG, is the vendor who did the printing. They do lovely work, and they package things marvelously. The model of Sir Quimp has like all these little things sticking out of them, and they all came through intact. I don't know if the model maker is going to be excited about pouring molds with all these things, or whether they'll be separate and have to be assembled. So you might be able to stab Sir Quimp yourself, or put arrows in him yourself. Dr. Zeus says, wrote a book called Too Many Daves. The skulls are a little scary, but the dragon is super adorable. That was kind of what I was going for. I wanted that balance between the two. Plus, he's the more, that dragon is the more aggressive of the 2 siblings. And the very first drawing I had done of the baby dragons, that dragon was gnawing on a skull, like teething on it. Or my cats, when my cats were kittens, they had like these little, I don't think it was a tennis ball. I think it was slightly larger than that, but they would just hold on to it and just gnaw on it with this kind of like, and they would kind of like just, after they were tired, they would just still have part of their gums just kind of on the thing. Kind of like, I'm biting this thing, it's dying, but I'm just going to hold it here while it dies. You know, it was really adorable yet awful. So I kind of wanted to capture that with that. David 44. Yeah. See, I know the other 43 Davids are, well, I know 42 of the other Davids are on other Twitch channels right now. Poor 44 getting stuck with this one. But in a little bit, I'm going to take a brief break because we have 9 people on Twitch, so therefore I have to squander that. I'm going to take a little break and stretch my legs and have a slideshow of amazing artwork. So definitely better than what I'm drawing, by artists like Jeff D. of Dungeons and Dragons fame, and Marty Bowman of Pixar fame, and just so many great artists. So there's a little slideshow of wonderful fan artwork and guest artwork. I recommend everyone hanging out for that. and I will be back. And we'll keep working on this cover, and maybe, time permitting, maybe put in one more 3D model. See if we get one of those going. The 3D models, I can show you below how they're coming along. But oh, David, doing Heroes. Me too. That's fantastic. I'm looking forward to see you there. I just talked to the team there, and they're awesome. Heroes Con is the convention that's in Charlotte, North Carolina, usually around Father's Day, middle of June. I think it still is this year. Aw, David says he's going to avoid me. Well, David 44 is going to avoid me. I know that all the prime Davids, all the prime number Davids love me. That's awesome. Okay, art slides down. Prime David will be charming. Yeah, all the prime number Davids are excellent. It's the others you have to watch out for. I drew that like he's wearing a glove. I don't want that. So I think I can finish the inking for this and maybe start the chainmail, at least the wrap of the grid I use for drawing the chainmail, and after that I will maybe work on a 3D model. But all right, everybody, I'm gonna take a little break here. I will see everyone shortly. Check out this wonderful slideshow of amazing guest artwork, yeah, have fun. Be right back. And we're back. I'm caffeinated, I had time for a food bar, and I'm ready to go. So I want to redraw this hand, coming back to it. This hand's a little bit bleh. That's a technical term. Thanks so much. I do like, please thank Kevin MacLeod for the beautiful music. Kevin, I don't know you, but you're awesome. Food bar. I gotta get my my calories in somewhere. During the pandemic, can't call it a lockdown in the United States, but during the less outdoorsy time, I watched all of the Great British Baking Show like twice and got into baking a lot, and so I ate a lot of cakes, way too many cakes, and madeleines and every kind of baked good. I really enjoy it, but man, just how much butter is in everything. Just knowing how much butter is in everything is the best way to keep me from going crazy. No sponsorship, not yet. I'm an ambassador for Nutrition Slam. Damn it. Yeah, there's one I have, which I give myself 5 minutes on this break, and if I try to eat that bar within 5 minutes, I can't do it. It's like I just spend the next 20 minutes just trying to ungrout my face. Cake. Oh, that's even worse. What am I doing? Why did no one stop me? Okay, let me create a new layer, lighten up this pen. It's not going straight to ink. I might go right back to that hand I have already, but this is fun. So my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist. I've been drawing webcomics for way too long. Someone should have stopped me a long time ago. My latest webcomic is called The Middle Age. It is free to read online, and it's on WEBTOONs and Tapas and GoComics at my own website. And I'm here on Twitch on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And on the YouTubes. For the time being. YouTube folks are warned. I invite you to come over to Twitch where you'll be able to take part in the conversation and just have more fun. It's more fun. At the end of the chat, at the end of the show, we get to raid somebody. You can't do that on the YouTubes. YouTubes doesn't have raids. Eric, I like that. I had to leave my previous sponsor, Calorie Plank, after they got... Calorie Plank. I love plank. That's great. It's perfect. I can't think of a word with less flavor. That's fantastic. We tried to get David's stream sponsored by SodaStream. They never responded. I did see that it was Stream Elements was trying to convince people to... They had like a built-in sponsorship deal with somebody. So if you had a stream, you could have that sponsor on your stream, and it was like a food in a box company, like a HelloFresh or a Blue Apron or somebody like that, and you would get a cut. It was revenue share. So if someone subscribed to their plan, you'd get a cut, which I think is no different than what you get on their website. I think anybody can become an affiliate. So I'm not sure what they were really selling. A vegan pizza. That's amazing. Yeah, I made black and white cookies the other day, and they turn out great. Okay, I think this is... I don't know if that hand is... I think the angle of that hand seems fine. I think it's if it's coming forward, I think that's all right. I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean an Oreo? No. Look to the cookie. Yeah, the cookie that has got a white, kind of lightly lemon icing on one side and a chocolate icing on the other side. It's Loki and Commissioner Beale and Loki of Star Trek of cookies. They are all over the place in New York. That's where I grew up. I'm originally a Long Islander. And this recipe I got, I can share it with people once I have the Discord thing set up. I should do that. Just set up a channel where I just upload the recipes. Now I realize I need a Discord just for the recipe part. Because it had the right consistency. The black and white cookies you get up in New York, the chocolate side for some reason stays... The chocolate icing stays softer, and the white icing side becomes a hard shell really quickly, and there's a weird... And not only that, the underside of the cookie never seems to set. So no matter what paper you put it on, you peel the cookie off, and there's a bit of the cookie on the bottom of the thing. And that's how they turned out. So I was super happy with them. I googled it. They remind me of the alien race Frank Gorshin played in Star Trek. Yes, exactly. That's the Commissioner Beale of oh yeah. If Tall Tale Radio's still here, he'll... Oh yeah, right. I missed the black and white cookies from me. That's what this recipe is, Tom. I was trying to remember the planet that Commissioner Beale and Loki are from. Trying to reclaim my can't remember Hans Gruber's name nerd card. Yeah, look. You gotta look to the cookie. I'm not saying that was the reason I specifically made those or that I was reminded to make those. But I love those as a kid. They were my favorite. I think there's something about them that just makes me like them more than the flavor of the cookie itself deserves. And they just reminded me of home. One nice thing about being in Florida is that there are a lot of displaced New Yorkers. So there are bakeries down here and pizza places. I know there's probably another name for it, a pizza restaurant. But on Long Island, they were pizza places. Or pizza parlor. I heard that as well. But there are very few parlors. Ice cream, betting, pool. A pizzeria. That'll work. A funeral! Fantastic. David wins. There's a church parlor? Never heard that. I've heard funeral parlor. I wanted there to be a through line now to pizza and funerals. They both arrive at... Things are delivered in boxes. I did see a coffin that had that chef, that Italian chef. on the side of it. That's not true. Church parlors where you go drink coffee after service. Oh, fantastic. All right, so I was thinking, so my biggest mistake as a cartoonist, this ties into my fact that I'm a horribly old man. My biggest mistake as a cartoonist was trying to draw like Wally Wood and Steve Rude and Russ Manning. Who else? Wally Wood, Steve Rude, and Russ Manning. And there's a handful of others. Steranko. And trying to draw like them for most of my cartooning life. That's probably my biggest mistake. And I finally got less awful when I started drawing like me. And that was that started with this project. And the Q Social Parlor. Yeah, I don't think that one counts. Really hot ovens. And the giant spatula. Fantastic. That's fantastic. Well, I haven't ruined this yet. The night is young, but so far so good. I can see tweaking this hand a little bit more later. Not entirely sold on it, but the coloring tends to save a lot of the can really save the drawing. I don't want it to do that. Now I want to order pizza. Dag nabbit. So if you're watching this on YouTube, look at all that conversation happening in Twitch. Come on over, won't you? It's twitch.tv/Steve Conley. join us, won't you? I'm going to tear the tabard up a lot. Since this is the third cover, I kind of want there to be a progression in terms of how much our hero's clothing is all wrecked. He's gone through quite a bit by this point, and I want there to be I want it to be all kinds of shredded. And you can support Steve here if you prove to him that you can become affiliated with the numbers. Yeah, that's in the cards, David. There was last week there was a YouTube. Remember there was a disconnect. I would stream to both Twitch and YouTube, and I had licensed music from Envato Elements, and perfectly fine to stream live, and then the archives on YouTube totally fine, and then I signed up for the affiliate program, and then I found out that, I've signed up for affiliate. You're no longer allowed to stream simulcast to other platforms. Okay, fine. So as one initial step, I stopped co-streaming or simultaneously streaming to YouTube and Facebook. I streamed just to Twitch, downloaded the Twitch file, uploaded that file to YouTube, and suddenly YouTube flagged it all with content warnings because of the music I've licensed. So I had to go through and upload all these licenses saying I have the rights via Envato. Pain in the butt. Was fine when I streamed live, but somehow a bad thing when I uploaded it as after the fact. So apparently live streaming on YouTube wasn't checking it the way the archives did. So like last week or the week before, I'm streaming and suddenly all the YouTube people are saying, hey, your signal died. So apparently their system now checks, and I mean, I can't upload certificates on the fly. So live streaming to YouTube with anything other than like Kevin MacLeod music is not going to work. And I don't want to be restricted to music that's only, CC0 Creative Commons license freebie stuff. So YouTube is kind of making the choice for me, which is different. I didn't want Twitch making the choice for me, but if YouTube's going to make it so difficult for me, then that really kind of decides. So I want to give the YouTube audience a chance to catch up. So I'm going to keep doing Kevin MacLeod music. I'm going to keep giving Kevin MacLeod shout outs. Going to make sure that I give all the props to him that I can. And encourage folks to come over to Twitch. And then reapply for the affiliate program and see what happens. I will likely still live stream just to YouTube, because that does beat their algorithm. That does get past all their annoying bits and helps me grow my audience there. But but my focus, my Tuesday and Thursday focus is going to be on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, everyone on Twitch now says that, or seems to be the consensus, I think even David said this, that, it's hard to grow your audience on Twitch, because, the idea of the old method used to be, if I understand correctly, you stream many hours a day and your audience will grow. And now the sense is that there's so many people on Twitch that no longer works. You're always going to be, with 7 people watching at any given moment, I'm buried in the bowels of their system. unless I luck out and get a raid of some kind or something. Or convince my audience, my mailing list, hey, join Twitch. And that's a tough sell. Yeah, it's hard to grow, period. Right. But apparently it used to be... No, I take that back. Because that's what people have said about everything. That's like a common common webcomic complaint. Or social media complaint. Oh, 5 years ago it was so much better. 5 years ago it was so much better. The thing is, that's only said by people who are still around after 5 years. So it's all the people who were doing this 5 years ago and whose webcomic isn't still going, who isn't still streaming, who isn't doing that stuff, who we're not hearing from because they're out of the game. You know, of course the people who are still around think 5 years ago was great. They're still around. It's very self-selecting, and I don't... It's a specious argument, and... So... Twitch sold me. I've been on Twitch. I'm much more comfortable. It was much easier back on GeoCities. Friendster had it all. Friendster was the best. I liked Classmates before they sold out. Their first album was great. So, but Twitch sold me the idea of raiding is such a unique feature. Plus, I hear Walter and Louise Simonson may be on Twitch. So, I mean, that's huge. I don't know if they are, but I think I've seen them on Twitch. Zen, hey, how are you? Don't do the last one. Raids do help. Do body painting. Ooh. Make pals with other streamers who will raid you. Raid channels. I did raid such channels. It's so great. I was getting my bearings on this raiding thing, and I'm like, okay, let's raid loading artists, because they raided me out of nowhere the other day, and it was such a nice surprise. I'm going to raid them. So I raid them. Me and my 6 friends, we go raid their channel, and we immediately find ourselves in the process of raiding another channel because their channel had ended, so we immediately got swept into another. So that failed, but it was cute. Draw huge-breasted anime furries. Ooh, there are artists who have suggested that. I'm sure. I think it's people we both know, David, I think, who've said, draw that stuff. They didn't say it like that. That's how I heard it, though. You should draw that stuff. Like, nope, obscurity suits me fine. Thank you. I don't know how you've avoided it, David. Oh, I was looking through channels, and I find the most interesting thing is I see a channel that looks interesting, and then I say people who watch this also watch that, and I got recommended some channel. Also, the number was striking. There was like 4,000 people, and they were watching a former adult star, maybe former. I don't know. I don't keep tabs on the latest. But I'm lying. Of course I have tabs. No, I'm kidding. I heard tabs and immediately thought, okay, that's what... Enough. There was this adult artist who was playing Elden Ring. Like, alright. I guess it's kind of like an OnlyFans thing. So, there are certain paths to fortune that I think are blocked for me. I'm okay with that. Sell out Saturday stream for shenanigans. Once you start down the furry path forever, it will dominate your income. Tom says, I still want to interview Walt. I've talked to him a couple of times, and one interview had to be rescheduled. I'm a little scared and intimidated. Oh, you'd be great. He's the friendliest person in the world. And Walter Simonson is being talked. Buy followers, David wrote. That's great. I love that. Because I do want fake followers. That's what I really want. I want people who aren't real. I just want the number to go up for no reason at all. Just so I could, what? Pad my resume? What is that? What does that even mean? I have no problem with people drawing the stuff they like when they aren't hurting anyone. Absolutely. But the percentage of that stuff here versus other subjects, techniques is sad. Oh. David writes, for my bachelor party, I told my best man I only wanted a stripper if she was going to sit down and play Risk with us. That is fantastic. Shane McInnes, hot tub streams used to be all the rage, but I think a bit of the new has worn off those. Hot tub streams. That seems like electrocution waiting to happen. He was down to his Kamchatka. Yeah, that makes sense, Tom. So I left the South Carolina Comic-Con, and I came back exhausted, and the whole time I'm like checking myself, like, have I got it? Have I got the COVIDs? And so far it just seems to be exhaustion that I have. I don't seem to have any symptoms of any kind, but I just was so... Paranoid doesn't seem like the right word. Aware. Taking constant... Running level 1 diagnostics all the time. Trying to see if I'm okay. But so far it seems to be okay. I haven't heard of a big outbreak. I did hear of one friend, a cartoonist, who was doing the Grand Rapids show? Was on the same weekend. Apparently he... was under the weather with COVID, and warned everybody who he might have hung out with that weekend that he caught it. It's a crazy world right now. Do you feel fine? Do you feel sick? Yeah, Dave, that's a little bit how I felt. There was a while for when it first happened, like in April of 2020. I remember going to the Walmart. Like, I would go once a week for provisions. Like, I'm going to stock up on stuff, and I would go there. I needed like new deodorant, and I remember going, I have to buy the deodorant, and I would just pull down my mask to smell it, and I immediately cut to, in my head, the Oregon Trail. You know, you have died of COVID. I pulled down the mask and gave it dead. Cons can make you really tired. I used to go several cons a year, and it takes a toll. Yeah, that's what it came down to. I think just driving 7 hours straight and 15 hours on the road. I mean, not like I've been doing a lot of driving the last few years. Hey, NPC. Max Powers Comic over on the YouTubes. Good to see you. I am drawing the cover of what I hope will be the cover of the next collection. I started sketching this on Tuesday, and we just had our intermission a little while ago, in which your artwork is featured beautifully. Everyone check out Max Powers' comic. The comic is called Max Powers. It's on WEBTOON. Last I checked, it had in the mid 80s of subscribers on WEBTOON, and moving up. And MPC says he finished the cover for his call to action. Fantastic. He's working on the call to action contest campaign story thing over on WEBTOONs. Tracy says on Twitch, every time I get a headache, I get a little paranoid now. Yeah, I hear you. Buying a stick of deodorant once per week because he's it's the only thing I felt safe eating was deodorant. My email, steve@steveconley.com. I'd love to see it. Take LJ on Illuminated Art on Twitch says, take Rishi, great preventing viruses from replicating. And Tracy on Twitch is saying, I'm working on the call to action contest too. So MPC, got to get over on Twitch. That's where the conversation's happening. I was just telling folks that I might have to start curtailing my YouTube streams because of issues with how YouTube treats some of the music I've licensed. They basically make me fill out tons of forms every time I want to post over there. So if you have a Twitch option, David's contesting the call to action. So DEG says Rishi is the closest thing you get to legitimately magical mushrooms. Now, all I eat are grains, and bars, and fiber plank is my. Is that what you call the table? Fiber slab. The delicious taste of fiber and the crunch of slab. Fantastic. NBC, I'll take a look. Illuminator, nutrition blank. I think that's what it was. Oh, that sound effect might be that I received a piece of artwork from NPC. Take a look. Oh, there's much stuff. No, that's not it. There it is. That's fantastic, Siobhan. That's great. Oh, that's fantastic. I like that piece a lot. I like your composition. I think it's one more reason why I got to get that Discord going. I wish someone would have suggested I set up a Discord. I wish anybody would have. Anybody at all. All right, I will be right back in a moment. My cat is at the door and tells me that that he must be let in. Yeah, I know, buddy. You don't get the seat. That's my seat, you jerk. Ooh, my pancreas. This is my creative consultant. His name is Atlas. He's awesome. He's very furry. Can we see the kitty? Can they see you? This is Atlas. He's a good boy, but don't let him know that. He does. He does. He was named because originally his head looked like like it was a sphere. He just sneezed on me, the little jerk. It means he was running around and bashed his head on something. His head was an orange, like the Mike Myers. So I Married an Ex-Murderer, like an orange on a toothpick. And then his neck just kept growing and growing and growing, and so now he has a neck that could support the Earth if it needed to. Discord has server templates now, so you can make the server use a template. It's really simple. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, what are you doing? He also loves to do is he likes to climb onto my lap, and then with his back feet, leverage himself onto it by hitting the lever that lowers my chair. So it scares the hell out of me, scares the hell out of him, and then his only solution is to grab onto me even more. Head pan. Exactly. Like an orange on a toothpick. I wish you'd stop making everything harder than it needs to be. Yeah, I know. Speaking of black and white cookies, yeah, he's a cow. He's a cow. I think he and his brother. I have 2 of these cats. They're both jerks. What are you doing? He doesn't want to get up there. All right, he's gonna cry himself to sleep on his huge pillow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He's inspecting the microphone. All right, I got to keep working on this pant leg. Is this Jarn or Niddles? Jarn. Well, I'm helping. I'm going. Keep him. That's how they know it's safe to come out when Dad starts purring. But he's also aggressive. He's very aggressive. I like that the pant leg feels like it's flowing. So even if it's going to be chainmail, it's going to have some motion to it. And again, I just want this sock to look good. I don't know if you can see it on the stream. It's very light blue. No, I can't help you right now. This is a very challenging. Jarn is the one purring at the moment, yes. This is very difficult. Added difficulty factor. Gotta make sure I didn't miss too much stuff here. I'm scrolling up. Yes, I am going to make I will be making I'm setting up a Discord server. I was having a challenge trying to figure out what to name it. I know someone pointed out that David's channel is just called David Peterson. I can't call it that, is what I mean. I mean, that name's taken. But I didn't want to call it Steve Conley. I had to complicate matters. Yes, David, I had to complicate matters. I gotta make things more difficult. So I think I have a name, and I'm coming along. I mean, as a horribly old person, I'm coming along. Steve's Discord, Steve's Brush, Steve's Patron, Steve's Cat. Steve's Brush is a different thing. This is a different... That was me just not... I didn't think anyone was going to see that. I'm like, I have to give this away. I sleep to cat channel music with purring. Very soothing. Oh, that's great. We voted the other day. Arting while cat cuddles. That's next level skill. Oscar, no one's using that. What about the Steve Valdez? Yeah, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be the Department of Chicane. It'll be the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. So that's what it'll be. I just need to set up rules. The tricky bit is, as I was mentioning before, because it's going to be linked to Patreon, and Patreon will have, yes, it's my pencil. You can't take my pencil. Well, you can take my pencil if you want. It'll be linked to Patreon, and as soon as I link those two things, the system's going to send a message to all my Patreon supporters. So when I update with the next episode of the comic, I'll be mentioning that the Discord's coming, and look for a notice from the system. I don't want the system to be the first one telling people about it. It's the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. It rolls off the tongue. It's the organization that Archmage Angus MacGuffin belongs to. It was briefly mentioned by Melvin the Magnificent when he and Quimp first get together in the story. They knew each other before, but when they first meet in the story in the town of Gaff, Melvin mentions that roundish planets like ours were on back order with the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. And so that became a thing. And like they do. And that's the thing, is that Archmage Angus MacGuffin's Unknown Artifacts and Awful Obscurities collectible trading parchments. That's also, they were the original publishers of the Unknown Artifacts and Awful Obscurities collectible trading parchments. But you have to know those things. As a comic book nerd, you gotta know what S.H.I.E.L.D. is, and what was it? I forget. I don't even know what the new one is, but it used to be Supreme Headquarters International Espionage Law Enforcement Division. I said that quite. That was the amount of nerdistry that scared the cat away. You start saying what S.H.I.E.L.D. stands for, and they go away. The best of those was the Thunder Agents, because it seemed most logical. It was like the Higher United Nations Defense Enforcement Reserves. Thunder. It's pretty awesome. I just like that they work usually they have to kind of they gloss over the T's. Like anything the and of gets glossed over, but they built it in. I like that a lot. But the South Carolina show was great. I'm really excited for Heroes Con. I'm excited for the Savannah Comic Con. I spoke with them today, and I'll definitely be there. That's in September. Shane says it's now Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Fantastic. I do have to commit that to memory. It's horrible that I only know the original. And Logistics Division? I'm not sure about the logistics part. Okay, so that sock is the best part of this cover still. I might make a t-shirt just with this sock on it. All right, so who's got a recommendation for a t-shirt partner I should work with to upload my designs for all the various silly phrases? Who do I work with? It can't be DFTBA because, you know, I don't have likeness rights from the Green brothers yet. LOL, I was just typing to have a button with just the sock. That's fantastic. As always, fact-checking is important, but there is a proper level of healthy skepticism, but it is logistics. Maybe baby dragon coming out of the sock. Huge limb just came down across the... Oh no! Part of the tree trunk with it? Jeez Louise. Holy cow. Was it from rain or snow, David? That's awful. I'm only going to put a few cuts in the tabard because I want Sir Quimp's logo, his crest, to appear on the tabard clearly. Oh wow. Wow. Well, I hope hope everything's okay. Everything's tied down. That's awful. I hate when I do that. Sometimes I draw like it's torn and there's more torn fabric than there is of a hole that it's like. It doesn't make any sense. Although this could all be lycra, and so it'll stretch. Wow. I'm going to tweak that later. I'm not thrilled with it, but finish the shoe. DEG says, I was looking up how to purchase Bella Canvas tees, my favorite t-shirt brand, and you have to be licensed to get it directly from their manufacturer. Yeah, that's terrifying. About the tree. I was trying to find a vendor for the t-shirts that I don't have to handle the inventory or the shipping or anything like that. Just because I've done some t-shirts and I don't like storing them. I don't like dealing with the inventory and the various sizes, and I just don't have enough room for that kind of fulfillment. The idea that someone would be out there handling all that for me is ideal. Patreon has a built-in merchandise system, but it tends to be very high, very expensive at a very high tier. I don't like that. They kind of set the minimum, and you know, they ship internationally, which is nice. And I think they manufacture internationally as well. So I'm presuming it's all print-on-demand stuff. But I wouldn't do physical items for that. I have enough of those. But I love to do more t-shirt designs without the inventory. Yeah, print on demand often gets you nothing profit-wise, and it's hard to get stock for cons, and the quality's all over the map. Yeah, yeah. I might just stick to, well, I'll see if I can figure something out. I would like to create a means to make some of the more niche items, like specifically weird logos that there is no demand for. Like, it'll be one-off, basically. So print on demand might be pretty sketchy, but I won't be able to do a Kickstarter for a shirt that says Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical, what have you. There's just no way to make that work. David says, we use a silk screener to do our shirts. Limited prints, about 100 to 200 shirts spread between various. Yeah, that's, you've got a good silk screener recommendation. That's great. I was using a company for my last Kickstarter that did a nice 3-color design. And the big thing for me was that they went up to 3X, because a lot of the other ones will only go 2X. And I sell quite a few 3X. So, and extra small too. Tiny fish in New Jersey. Noted. I appreciate that. High quality for LJ, it's like only tend to do 1 or 2 colors and one-sided. Keeps this cost. I totally agree. The next design I've got is going to be a black shirt with a white logo, white artwork on it, I think. Gildan 64,000 is the base shirt we use too. That's good. I like the next level stuff. That's the ones I've done the last few times. I like the fit. They tend to have a slimmer profile. Oh, that's great, DG. I'd love to hear what you say. All right, so now, David, next time yeah, it goes up to 3X, you know. Oh, it's fatty. Terrible. Well, I have to wear all my unsold merchandise, so that's the challenge for me. I haven't had a laundry day in 4 years. I just keep digging into the stock. $3X hourglass. Oh. My next Kickstarter, there's the Spanx level. which is what I wear. I have it's a combination of Spanx and then my the David Copperfield muscle suit. Who I know someone who does that with the muscle suit part of the Spanx. Is it a professional artist? Is it a creator who's currently giving a lecture at some convention somewhere right now? Oh, pulls a fresh from the box right there. Yeah, I've absolutely done that. I've absolutely done that. Uh-huh. I've absolutely done that. Someone said, "Are you worried about wearing your own shirt? Is it like being a shirt for your own band?" I'm like, if I had a band, I'd wear a shirt. If you're getting up on stage, wearing the shirt is not egomaniacal. I don't think. I post my stuff to Reddit. I think I can honestly say I don't care much what people think. Well, I mean, I care what people think, but I'm not gonna, some people aren't gonna. There are many people who are not gonna like it. Mostly my family. My family's not gonna like it. It keeps looking like I'm doing the Horde logo from World of Warcraft. I don't want that tear to be that. That's what you gotta do. Yeah, none of these questions were about for other people or for selling, not for vending. I'm just trying to address myself. But I'm absolutely going to order a pizza tonight because of all our talk. Because of all our funeral parlor talk. I flip the image and I expect to hate more of it than I do right now. I don't hate it as much as I thought I would. That's a good sign. That or I'm going blind. DG says, I was driving during the funeral parlor and cookies talk, and I had so many things I wanted to pull over and reply to, but I can't remember it. Alright, little station ID. My name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a deceptively long time. My webcomic, The Middle Age, is free to read on WEBTOONs, Tapas, and GoComics, and my own website at middleagecomic.com. I'm currently working on the cover of the next collection. There are 2 collections so far. Soft covers are available from amazon.bezos.twitch.net, and hardcovers are available from my own website at steveconley.com/shoppy. That's just shop. And those come signed by me. What else can I say? I've got a Patreon at the patreon.com/steveconley, where you can support me and this stream and things like that, and get downloadable books. There's like 12 at the $5 level. There are like 12 downloadable PDFs you get like right away. and then in new PDFs as they come out. And some of those little minis you see in the bottom right corner will be as part of a Kickstarter later on, I think in May. Award-winning artist, well, award-adjacent artist. I'm an award-adjacent artist. I've not won one, but I've gotten nominated a few times. The Middle Age has been nominated for Best Webcomic in the Eisner Awards twice. So, a broken clock can be right twice a day. It's also been nominated Best Webcomic in the Ringo Awards and in the National Cartoonist Society Awards. Go figure. Every time it lost to better, more deserving candidates, nominees. We talked about this at one point. It's on the award video I did on YouTube, that the NCS Awards will probably be nominated. The finalists, I think, will be announced in May. It's really interesting. They announced the finalists. There's only one voting period, so all the votes have been tallied. So as of right now, they know who won. They could have already made the award plaques for all we know. But they will announce the top 3 vote getters, and they called them nominees for the longest time. And now they've decided to start calling them finalists. So they will be they're going to announce the top 3 finalists, the people who got, or the comics that got the top 3 total votes or points in their system. So in May we will know what that is. But it is interesting that they've changed their labeling is much better now. Calling them nominees never made any sense, given that there's no other voting period. You've been awarded a award. His name is Kevin. His parents died in a circus mob hit. You need to raise him as a contributing member of society and to fight crime. When are they announcing what? I was too busy typing. I saw a schedule on the NCS Instagram, I want to say, and it was talking about their timeline, that they were going to announce their finalists in May. So I think it's toward the end of May the NCS will announce the finalists, the nominees. But I was excited to see that they're calling them finalists instead of nominees, which is a much clearer label, much more accurate label. Why is this so complicated? Why have I made this so complicated? I feel like that really is fighting the perspective. I want to include all those curves and swoops and bits, but... Oh, hello. Hello, buddy. What do you want? You got food? You got water? You got treats? You got catnip? And I think they're going to probably announce the Eisner nominations fairly soon. I think that tomorrow the Ringo nominations will begin. The Ringo nominations are interesting in that the Ringo nominations period will open tomorrow. Ringos are interesting in that there are jurors professional jurors, I think it's 5. It's like there are cartoonists, there are librarians, journalists who vote, and they create part of the slate of nominees. And a number of nominees in each category are also selected by popular vote. So when that voting period opens tomorrow, you will be able to vote for things like the Middle Age and the Best Webcomic category if you so choose. Know full well, though, that we will be swamped by the WEBTOONs people. but it's for any work that came out in 2021. My cats occasionally do take my other cat, the inspiration for Niddles, will steal my glove. He will go over to the desk. He will pick it up, just one little bit in his mouth, dangling there, and he will jump down and he will attempt to drag it away to wherever he keeps all my things. I mean, his things. Not they were my things, but 9/10 of the law and all that. If you're a Community fan, that's a very Annie's boobs thing to do. In the show Community, of which I'm a very big fan, there was a monkey in the show named Annie's boobs. I think there might be a forehead arrow in this cover for sure, LJ, if it looks good, because I really want him to be torn up. This is the in this series I want each cover for him to be more in worse and worse shape. So I think there will be an axe in him. It depends. If I don't want it to look like he's looking at the arrows or the various things sticking out of him. So if I move his eye line closer to, like, at Bob, then suddenly I'll be able to stick more things in his back, swords and all sorts of things like that. I'm still not sold on this cape. I'm gonna erase this part of the cape. This is why my work takes forever, because I'm never happy. But this is the cover. I know I'll be looking at it. It'll be a desktop wallpaper. It will be a button and a postcard. It'll be everywhere. So these cover image I specifically belabor. But I really like the flow of that part of the cape there. I like that it has a kind of a billowing quality. The other side just felt stiff. I think it has partly to do with how the cape is rolling over his shoulder. So I'm going to duplicate this blue layer. I'm going to lighten this thing up and do some drawing on top of it to see if I can fix it. I'm going to merge these ink layers together. A few of those little critters. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that the idea with the covers have been this kind of iconic image of the heroes. They don't really cast shadows. They're not really in the environment so much. They're just kind of there. Then it's a very simple graphic background. And so I was thinking about the little guys, but I might put shadows of them in the background as if they're part of what he's running away from. But I don't think I don't think I'm gonna draw them and color them the way I would a foreground figure. It's a good question though, LJ. Is it arrow in the knee? Yeah, fingers crossed for you too, David. I hope you get nominated. It'd be nice to see. I mean, I was amazed to get nominated in when there was the first year of the Ringos. I got nominated in the Best Cartoonist category, and it feels stupid to say because it's so dramatic, but it literally knocked me out of my chair. I remember I got the email, and I was trying to sit down and I didn't. I just fell. Yeah, it was. I think as a web cartoonist, you kind of expect the webcomic category to be like AAA. Like it's kind of the, yeah, kind of junior league or something like that, or some sort of not pro. And I've heard Scott Kurtz talk about that too. That he's like, yeah, I think he's won the Eisner for best webcomic. Or best digital comic, whatever the nomenclature. But he wanted to be like in so to be in the serious category, to be in the non-webcomic category was like huge. Really huge. I don't know what the jurors were thinking. My work's certainly cartoony. But I also think my work is, the Middle Age is very cartoon-centric. I mean, he's Sir Quimp of Grawlix. If you know what a Grawlix is, that's very inside baseball in terms of comics. It's inside Quidditch. There are definitely jokes that only work in comics. So I think if the jury is very jaded about comics, like they've seen it all, but they haven't seen jokes like Sir Blackbar the Redacted. That's one of the jokes in the comic, and it only works in comics. I mean, you could Kill Bill had a character's name bleeped the entire time, so that would be an analog to it. You could have a character's name bleeped the whole time. You know, so if someone made an animated version of this, he could be Sir Bleep the Censored. But as terms of Sir Blackbar the Redacted or Sir the Hastily Scribbled, those are things you just really hard to have in any other medium except comics. And I think by doing something really comic-y, really for comics, of comics, that is probably what gave me any kind of leverage with the Eisner folks and the people like that. That's my suspicion. That, or they were all on bath salts. So I 6 of one, 6.5 of one, half a baker's dozen of the other. David says, I talked to Scott today. Scott has such a blend of artistic confidence mixed with a terrible case of imposter syndrome. Yeah. Yeah, there's a great book, Art and Fear. I think a lot of it, if you're a confident artist, people are... You won't need the book. You'll just go, yeah, doy. You're gonna read it or have it read to you if you get the audiobook, and for 90 minutes you're just gonna say doy over and over again. But if you're not self-assured, it's very soothing. It's a you're not alone kind of book. I'll tell you the name of the author. I think or authors, excuse me. I'm trying to say or authors. Arthur. I hate the Kindle icon on my phone. I don't know what it looks like. It is called Art and Fear. Observations on the Perils and Rewards of Art Making by David Bales, B-A-Y-L-E-S, and Ted Orland, O-R-L-A-N, like Orlando without the O. Art and Fear, Observations on the Perils and Rewards of Art Making. It's a good book, even if you don't need it. Those are my pen names. Fantastic. And Dry Erase Girl found it. Fantastic. Bat salts. No, it's bat salts. That's what all cartoonists. It's nothing but bat salts. It reads a bit like a TED Talk, kind of a self-help kind of thing. At the same time, there are lovely anecdotes and great, like when I was teaching an art class, a design class, forgive me. It was the sort of thing that was handy to have and point people toward when they weren't feeling confident. It's weird. I had all this confidence when it comes to stuff like web design and graphic design and typography. I feel rock solid when it comes to that stuff. But when it comes to cartooning, it was always like, I'm no Bollywood. You know, what am I doing? That's what I was talking about earlier. It's like once I started drawing like me and just trying to make myself laugh, that changed everything. Because now it's like, that I will put this foot up against anything Bollywood ever did. He'll win, but I'm super happy with that toe. That's a sweet big toe. It's the small things. It's the teeny things. If I'm remembered for anything, it will be that big toe. Coming up, buddy? You're like all full of beans today. What's going on, pal? Coming up? Everybody wants to see you. I've been talking about you the whole time. How you're no good. How you're full of beans. How you weigh almost nothing. All the things I'm very confident in. That's fantastic. Tracy Wong says, yeah, I think you're right. When we aim to make something that we like, it ends up being much better than if we aim for what we think others will like. DEG says I was reading reviews of the book, then I alt-tab over the screen, I see sexual prowess. I was like, what the heck did I miss? Alright, so how's it coming? What do you think? What do you think, buddy? You don't hate it? You can say something. We're among friends here. Merging these layers, if you approve. Did you see my other book title? I did. Dodoy, things you already know but still need to be told. What? This guy is a great cat. But don't tell him, because he'll get overconfident. Come on. He has his own chair in here. I don't know what he's doing. Okay. How we doing? 725, 0 drop frames. We're doing great. We are doing fantastic. That book title would sell. It absolutely would. Okay, where are we? Where were we? Who am I? Alright, so the basics of the figure are there. I don't hate it. I still feel like this Where are we? That's the eraser. I still feel like this cape area here could be improved. Worry about that in a bit. I think I'm going to draw Bob now, who is hidden here somewhere. There he is. So I'm going to draw Bob, and then I'm going to, I think I'll come back and look at this piece a little bit later. I think I need to have a little distance to figure out more. I like the flow of the figure. I like the weight. I feel like he's not off balance. There are things I can fix, though, and I think this will be a really good cover. If I do say so myself. And the thing about Scott Kurtz's work, by the way, is he is really super funny. You watch him in the... just as a human being, he's super funny. There is a... oh, I didn't have my other light on all this time. Here we go. A little helps a little bit. The Penny Arcade, the Acquisitions Inc. PAX D&D games that they play when it's the two PvP guys and Rothfuss, and it's all DM'd by Chris Perkins, the Dungeons and Dragons co-creator, co-author. And man, he's okay. And he's drawing the whole, basically he's just doodling the whole time. He's cartooning the whole time when they're doing stuff. And he is, no matter what shenanigans, no matter what seriousness, he grounds them the whole time. He brings them back to earth. He inserts the perfect comment at the perfect time. Super funny. And a really good artist, too. I think that gets short shrift because of his writing. See, I said short shrift. Does that convince you of my age, David? Who talks like that? I kind of want to import my 3D model into the program and use him as a guide. I love doing those 3D models. They taught me so much about the characters, specifically Bob and the baby dragons. Love that so much. Emperor Bob. He's a good example of a character just kind of... I have to ask that on your next stream, David, about characters of yours that kind of got away from you, who like you might have added to the story for a small reason, or any cartoonist. If Max, I don't think Max is still with us. Other cartoonists like a character you've created or added to a story who was just, as it was a whim or a minor character or a very incidental character or a bystander. I mean, the most notable example in comics of recent years might be recent years. It still goes back 30. Constantine, how it's just this sort of background character who becomes a real thing. It's interesting that he became he was just designed for a joke, and then he kind of, I found a use for him in the story. What do you want there, buddy? Come here. He's going crazy. Come on. What are you doing? I don't know if he wants me to throw him stuff. He found an empty box. He should be occupied for a minute and a half. Or he'll kill himself. Is he hungry? No, he's got plenty of food. If anything, he needs to go on a diet. I'm talking about you. No, he is on a diet. He actually has like a special medicated food, so he gets scads, and not only that, medicated wet food and dry food. Both he and his brother have crystals that, and his brother Niddles had to get surgery twice because things were so bad. And he's also has seizures, so he gets medicated, phenobarbital, to keep him from having seizures. If we ever meet, you'll see, in certain lighting, you can see my arm is all torn up. Because he had seizures and I tried to hold him. It's more like the challenge is that during the seizures, he's kind of just kicking. He's not going to hurt himself. But then, as the seizures subside, it's like his consciousness comes back, but he's blind and terrified because of, basically he just electrocuted himself for 45 seconds. So he's blind, terrified, and he just wants to run in random directions, and he'll just start. So it's the kicking part is one thing, and then just running off in all directions. So if you're not holding him when he comes to, or he comes back, he will just launch himself head first into an object, into a doorway, into a door frame, into gosh knows what. So it's important to hold them until they calm down a bit. It'll be a while before they calm down, but oof, scary. And then I just do my John McClane for a while. Come to the coast, get a cat. It'll be easy. They're low maintenance. Yeah, the dry food is... It took them a while to warm to the dry food, but they get wet food every day. So, and they like how I prepare it. So they seem to be... They're lovely, and they have to be on their medicated food, but up to 10% of their diet can be not that. So about once a week I'll make a tuna fish sandwich, and they'll get some tuna water and a little bit of tuna, and they get their treats. Because life's got to be worth living. I hope everyone's having a beautiful Thursday. The weather was quite lovely here. I was stuck running errands all day, but I got to sit down into a very quiet Dunkin' Donuts somewhere and just color this big freelance project I'm working on. And progress is being made. So it's coming along. Once these big freelance projects are done, you're going to see a lot more of this stuff that I've been working on this channel kind of come out. Like, it's going to be like, where did all this come from? But you'll have the minis Kickstarter. You're going to have like the D&D module. You're going to have more episodes of the Middle Age. And then right behind that, we're going to have the Kickstarter for Volume 3. So it's going to be a busy year. I'm super stoked. It feels like coming out from a hibernation of some kind. Oh, yeah, they're fans of the tuna water and the tuna. My two little cats. But the one who's been medicated, he's been less medicated lately. Like, the concern was that the medication could shorten the life. You know, it'll keep him alive, but in the end, it's not great to have in their system. And so recently, after 3 years of no incidents, after having, I don't know, about 10 seizures, really bad seizures, the cat, we lowered the medication from twice a day to once a day. And so far, everything's going great. So my little boy's happy. He seems happy. His appetite has definitely improved. He's gained weight. They're about 7 now. They're both from the same litter. But just like the two baby dragons in the story, there's definitely different personalities, and I wanted to try to capture that with the two of them. So even when I see them in the story, I can see through the body language which one's which. One is a little bit more aggressive, another one's softer. Oh yeah. He's feeling better. Okay, so I think that was nice that went as well as it did. I think that Bob is done. A lot of Bob's face is done in the coloring, so there's not much more for me to do with the clothing. And I don't use a lot of dark black shadow in the Middle Age. Like if this were a comic book, or if I were doing one of my black and white comics, I would have the shadow like for instance, you know, like everything would cast a heavy shadow, and it'd be, you know, the face would cast a shadow into the ruff, you know. But I don't do that. I tend not to do that with this. I let the color have all the shadows and have all the increase the weight and the volume of the characters with the color. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm going to have to do a lot with Quimp with the weight and the line work. Like this line here is a bit too thick compared to the lines around it, or I have to make the pant leg heavier to make it feel like it's on the same plane, because the thicker the line, the lines of a similar thickness seem to be on the same plane, and so thinner lines seem to be further back. Yeah, Bob's easy compared to hands, drawing hands or feet or capes, or I don't know. I'm just bad. I'm just not. The torn tabard here is way too thin. I have to thicken that up a lot. I'm actually going to make it less noodly, less fiddly bits, as Slarty Bartfast might say. Slarty Bartfast is a member of the timeless and ageless planetary architects of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And he did the fjords. If you look at Earth and you see the fjords, that was his work. And so he did the fiddly bits. I think I've got that right. I don't know if Tom is still here. He would correct me. Art and fear. It's all the... Alright, I feel really good. I think this is fine. I'm going to draw the grid for the chainmail pattern now on a new layer. So it's a thin brush, so it'll be a thin line. And basically I just want this pattern to follow the volume of the limbs. So when I draw my chainmail pattern in later on, it will follow these, roughly follow these lines. How are we doing on time? 7:40. Bad. I must be on the East Coast. Yes, I am. I'm in Florida. I've been in East Coast of the U.S. I've lived on the East Coast of the U.S. my whole life. Started off in New York. Lived in the Washington, D.C. area for many, many years. And then moved down to Florida a few years back. The idea was just to go to where it was cheaper to live. Continue to keep my costs down so I could keep being a silly cartoonist. I'm kind of allergic to sunlight, so it makes being in Florida pretty weird. Not only am I very fair-skinned, so the sun burns me very quickly, but there's a thing where you get photosensitivity to sunlight, and you will sneeze when you get in the sunlight. So I do that, which during a pandemic is alarming. Someone's outside, they sneeze, they're like, "We're gonna die." It has a name, like photonic sensitivity or something. But I call it heliosnesis, because I sneeze when I'm in the sun. Sweet. So that I will follow that grid when I draw the chainmail pattern in, and that helps me out, helps me know exactly where everything's got to go, so it creates the sense of volume. I feel really good about that. All right, I think we have the basis of a cover. Tracy says, yes, I'm allergic to the sun. More than 5 minutes in direct sunlight, I get horrible rashes, which makes living in California a bit of a challenge. Oh my gosh, horrible rashes from the sun. Oh my goodness. The sunscreen hell? Oh, that's so nice, Tracy. Thank you so much. There's more to do. Like the line around Bob's head needs to be at least as strong as the line around the ruff. Again, to create that, make sure that something doesn't feel like, you can just see how his head feels like it's slightly further back because the lines are so wispy. You should come visit the Northwest. I would love to. Emerald City Comic Con is on my bucket list. Sunscreen doesn't help. I just stay inside until after sundown. I'm kind of the same way. I went to the beach last year. Once things started opening up, I could be far enough away from everybody else, and someone said, "Where are you from?" They just assumed I was like gonna say Siberia or something like that. I'm just so much whiter, paler than everyone. Yeah, so I'm gonna add the runes to the, I have to. Let's do that. We got time. We got time. I feel like Mr. Incredible. I've got time. I'm gonna add some runes. Let's see if we can do that without ruining it. Without ruining it. Didn't mean that. Without ruining it. If you're joining me, I see we have 8 people on Twitch. Hello. My name is Steve Conley. I am fairly new to Twitch. I know LJ. Not LJ. No, forgive me. LJ. See, LJ's a recent convert to Twitch. New to Twitch with me. LJ and I are new to Twitch. Relatively new. But it's DEG/V who says that I'm not that new to Twitch. But I am new to Twitch-ish. And so thank you for being here. We gotta get Max Powers over here. Order a pizza. I missed my opportunity. My window's closed. If I ordered it now, it would show up in the middle of my D&D game later. And I don't want to interrupt the... I'm a good player of D&D. I'm not going to interrupt the game for that. So I'll order pizza next Tuesday. How about that? I have to keep my figure, so I look good for David. So I'm creating some guidelines. Back in advertising art, there's a thing called Greeking, where you kind of just fake. Normally now, when you're doing your layouts in a program like InDesign or some other drawing program, you will. Let's see if I can scale that a bit. It will put in that lorem ipsum dolor text, that Latin text. Back in the day, again showing my age, we would put in fake language. What kind of looks like writing but isn't, because if you put in something that's real, the client always chokes on it. They immediately go, "Wait, what? Is that the..." If you put in anything that's real in the design, any text at all, they'll get hung up on it. So Greeking became a thing. And so I use that approach for the runes on the sword. I just sort of fake in some shapes that kind of sort of look like language. But it's essentially just the stuff I was doing back when I got my advertising degree. It was advertising art, not like sales or anything like that. Like that's somehow more moral. So I got a degree in advertising, and I thought that would be my life, because I wanted to be an artist my whole life. And then I had a neighbor back on Long Island who said, "Oh, you want to get into commercial art? Commercial art is where you want to be." So basically, what she was saying was, "Oh, you want to make money in art? Then do art. Then if you want to make money in art, then make money art." That's what it is. So commercial art just means money art. Art which you get paid for. So that wasn't as super helpful as I thought it was at the time. So I go to a local community college and get a advertising art and sciences degree. where it was kind of actually pretty helpful because it taught me everything so many basics, like color theory, typography, a bit of art history, a lot of basic tools, ruling pens and things like that, stuff which was phasing out at the time because of desktop publishing. I was thinking about grabbing something. But I ended up getting this degree, and it was really helpful, I found. But this Greeking technique is super helpful for these kinds of illustrations. I was going to take a look at the cover of book 1. I don't know if I put runes on those. No, I didn't put runes on the cover of book 2, so I'm not super beholden to put runes here, but what the heck, let's do it. That I must have some slight perspective going on with the swords. I'm going to rotate the rules just a little bit. I'll put runes on the 2 little side blades as well. Remember paste up? Indeed I do. There were waxers, and there was a specific kind of glue that was sticky only when you put glue on 2 different surfaces, and the glue would stick to itself. Hey, Baronator. I'm rolling back here. D&D, I knew I liked you. Tracy says, the real Baronator says, interesting. I'm not allergic to sun, but I am pale with white hair. Huh. I can't count how many times I've been asked if I were albino. That's amazing. And you're from Denmark. Should have put in Klingon. That's great, Eric. I found that to be true every time. Can't win. Yeah, that's where the money's at. It feeds your bank account, but not your soul. Yeah, that's kind of... I do enjoy the commercial art and the graphic design, and I mean, to me it's cartooning is interesting because you're really putting yourself out there. Like, I look at it like, if you're a musician, you can play the hits. You know, you can go to a bar and play it's just all the classic bar, all the tavern hits, Van Morrison and John Denver. And get a whole crowd of people to be excited for what you're doing. And but if you get up there and do your original music, you know, it's a much tougher sell. That's kind of the boat you're in when you're doing your own comics. I had a little bit of a language going on for some of these runes. I made basically not really a language, but it was more of like a alphanumeric equivalent. So I had an A, and I wrote some phrases in some of the runes and some of the pages. No spoilers of any kind, but it was just something to reduce the insanity of creating these runes again and again. You hand draw each rune. You don't turn it into a custom brush and just... No. Yeah, I could. I could turn it into a font. I thought about turning that one I had into a font, but then sometimes it doesn't fit the shape, and then I'm basically bringing it in and stretching it to fit the right place. And it could be fine. It's something I do as an afterthought, but part of the fun is I'll do a commission for a Patreon supporter. We're at a convention or something, and I'll draw the sword, and then I'll just start putting in those runes, and it's kind of like having the ability to do that. Just like the chainmail pattern, just to be able to do that with a brush or a pen or something. It adds something, I think. So I know it's also probably dry video to watch, but it's kind of my silly technique. My chainmail pattern, I go one tick at a time. People just assume it's a pattern that I mold onto the shape of the figure. They just think it's gotta be a Photoshop technique. And I have a tutorial on my site on how to do it, and I have yet to see another person try it. I've given them the keys, but everyone's like, no, I don't want to drive that thing. That's too complicated. That'll take forever. I did it with the first episode of The Middle Age. I figured out how to do chainmail my way, and I've kind of regretted it ever since. I was looking at all the great chainmail in comics. Wally Wood, Russ Manning, Hal Foster, who kind of was what Wally Wood was looking at. Ramona Fredon which kind of scale mail on Aquaman. So many great artists doing these wonderful armor textures. And it was like, not entirely sure if it just wasn't for me. Also, it wasn't mathematical, and I needed a process. I needed something where I could be consistent the whole time. Let me show you what I mean. I'll put in a little bit here. If you haven't seen me draw this chainmail before, it's a thing. Let me label these things so I don't forget. Glyphs and mail. DG said, I love John Denver. My dad used to play a lot of songs on the guitar. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with... I mean, to me, that's what working for Marvel and DC is. It's a cover act. You know, you're doing Jack's greatest hits. Steve, you mentioned that Steve brush for Procreate was available on Patreon for free, but I can't find it. Can I filter the post to find it? Their system is pretty bad. Tell you what, look for a new post on my Patreon I've got time, in about 15 minutes. Oh no, tell you what, let's just say sometime tonight when I get a break, I'm going to post a new post on Patreon, public to everybody. Just a reminder, here's the brush to download. Gotta go, Illuminate. So nice to see you. Or let me just see if I can put it into... Thank you so much, LJ. Let me see if I can grab it without creating a whole new post. Patreon, Steve Conley. That's me. Brush, Procreate. How about that? And people say Google's good for nothing. Wait, I say that. Steve's brush. Is it still a link? Yeah, if you search by Shop Talk, it should be there. Let me try this. Typing a message. This is my brush. Oh, let me see if I can copy this. Copy. Paste. I hope that works on the various platforms. Let me know if it doesn't. And I'm going to open up Twitch anyway, because I think we're going to be signing off from YouTube shortly. And Twitch, we're going to go raid somebody, which will be fun, because I'm getting the hang of this. Excellent. I'm glad you got it. Well, we'll have to continue this chainmail some other time. But then I'll probably continue working on this cover on Tuesday of next week, because as I go offline, I'm going to be working on the next episode of The Middle Age, episode 278, where there's many things revealed. So thank you, YouTube folks. Twitch folks, hang out another moment, but I'm going to say goodnight to the YouTube folks. YouTube folks, I'll see you on Tuesday. Come to Twitch, twitch.com/ take that back, twitch.tv/Steve Conley. Links in the doobly-doo probably. And I will be, and let's go over, and Twitch folks, let's stream. Let's raid somebody. Good night, YouTube.